Hello everyone, let's see, is this working? Is this working? Yes, it's working. Right enough, I've got that watching. I've got that watching. I've got the chat up. I've got it all working. I've got the Iron Brew, because it just got delivered by the Tesco's man. Thank you to the Tesco's man. Anything else I need to do before I start? Nothing much. Check if I've got any other drink. Any other liquid other than Iron Brew? Nope, only Iron Brew. That's good. We're live. The PSV coming through. We have some people watching on Facebook. Well, I mean on YouTube. I mean on some on Twitch. I don't know on Facebook because I don't know, I'm not live on Facebook. That's something to consider if I can get a bit on upload. Hello, everybody. And so this is about David Glasgow Farragut. And honestly, I had a choice. I could pick... You have been asleep by my chair all day. The moment I go live, you're jumping up to say hello to everyone. Almost if you know. Go live, there's a chance. I need to change my category on Twitch. It should be just chatting. No, it is. It's just chatting. I don't think there is a different category for it. Lions. But yeah, just chatting is the only option. So yes, Raleigh is here to say hello to everyone. And today's topic is David Glasgow Farragut, the formation of a legacy. And Channel, you do realise this is why he does this now. He's learnt he does this. He gets fussed, he gets attention, he gets told how beautiful he is by people. You are, seriously, you just do this to try and redress the corgi balance on the internet, don't you? And before you ask, yes, I've just washed his ear out, so he's going to be shaking it a bit, but he's been playing up all day. The trouble is, once you put liquid in there... Just speaking of, I might put some more in there. Because I cleaned out the wash. Sorry. Okay. Good boy. Good boy. Right. You do realise your ear wash is more expensive than my entire toiletry bill. Just gonna point this one out to you. Your ears are expensive commodities. Anyway. Yeah. He's always trying to redress the balance of the fact that corgis get more attention on the internet than poodles. Yes, well, yeah, it's more than likely Raleigh thinks someone is there, but also Raleigh has now decided that he comes, when I'm talking online, he can get biscuits by jumping up and saying hello to you all. That's his literal modus operandi. I can get biscuits by chatting to everyone. So hello everyone. Now, you might notice I've moved to, I switched around to this week's videos. There were two reasons for this. One, there was huge delays in uploads because the internet was having to go slow. I'm honestly starting to get to the point where BT and me are not going to be even on speaking terms. Because whilst we theoretically have okay internet, which should be fine, and I'm running the lives on it, sometimes it does seem to down quite a lot. Does seem to go down quite a lot. So I keep looking at the at Starlink and thinking, do I have to get that? And the thing is, it would have to be that as well, because the BT is also a BT line is also our phone line, and we need that for certain things. So I would have to run both. And I've got the internet set up and network set up in such a way that I could patch in both, but yeah. That's not today's discussion. That's probably Sunday's discussion. We'll be asking for ideas on this. Son, poodles aren't French. That's the thing. They're actually Austrian. And, in fact, they're actually Roman, because poodles are actually one of the oldest breeds of dogs, and we know about them. They were first described in Roman time, and the term in Roman for them, where we get poodle from, literally translates as wolf in sheep's clothing, because they are a dog with wool. They are a wolf or a dog with wool with a woolen coat. So they are the original wolf in sheep's clothing. So there you go. There's a bit of poodle history for you. Yeah, me and BT. But yeah, that combined meant I was looking at Farragut and I went, he deserves to be alive. So I did a couple more slides and made it into a live. And moved today's live to later on in the year because I think it'll be quite good. Which Roman time? Actually, they're from the Republic. Aren't you? You started coming about during the Republic era. That's when they talking about you, or what we trace back to being you. Although your ancestors were a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. Yeah, believe it or not, giants and standards are the closest to the originals. Yeah. Big fluffy, Barry. Go on. You have a snooze. I'm saying hi to everyone and chatting away. You will get plenty of attention. You will do. You're a good boy. Why do you not do this when I'm recording? I know, your brother's woofing like that and everything. How did you wish you had a teacup? Never. We have to have a poodle because of my mum and sister's asthma. That's why we got poodles. Then we got a corgi as well, so a nice way that was blown out of water, but I'll leave that to one side. And my one requirement was it couldn't be a small one. Sorry, Gary, save that for Sunday. That's a Brew Ships one. Tonight's a presentation. I know. People always think you should be tiny, but you're not tiny. So, let's start off with... So, Farragut's a kind of interesting gentleman. Let's start off with his name. He is Spanish, Scottish ancestry, American ancestry. And he's adopted by David Porter. Now, this means he is a true American hero in many regards. He's he's an absolute mongrel in terms of his family heritage and what he claims. I've always preferred him because he has Glasgow in his name, and I think anyone who has Glasgow in a name must be quite good. Originally, he's born James, but his mum dies and his father's feeling very old, so he lets David Porter adopt him. And, well, that's the scenario. So, we're going to start off with his lifetime and some dates from his lifetime. And there are a lot of dates in his lifetime, and I've tried to put together various ones here and to sort of work it out and make it make sort of some sort of sense. And yes, he is most famous for saying, "Damn the torpedoes," but we'll get to that. We will get to that battle, we'll get to that at the time. Hello, do you mind not licking my trousers? Obviously don't. Yes, the torpedoes at the time are mines. Torpedoes these days are very different. There are many, many myths around David Farragut. Out of the two, I would say neither David Dixon Porter nor David Glasgow Farragut are more like David Porter. David Porter is proof that it's not necessarily who your mentors are who shape you as a career. Because one of the things I would say about both of the Davids which succeed him is that whilst David Porter, as I've talked about before when we were talking about this, is a bit of a hypocrite and someone I suddenly lose a lot of respect for over his handling of the Battle of Valparaiso, and his actions during actions there. both learn good things from him, but they learn things from others as well. So yeah, I'm guessing this is an education stream on YouTube. It's just chatting on Twitch, as I understand it. I hope that's the categories. It should be. It should be the categories of both. For those people wondering in the chat about what categories I'm using. So, we're just starting off with an overview of his lifetime, his career, and I'm working out which set of notes to go to. He is a fun character. He really is. So, when he's been adopted, and let me put it this way, he is adopted. He is adopted because, as said, his father's an old man. His father was born in 1755. And he is he changes the name to George Farragut, but originally he's Geordie Farragut Mesquita. And he's born in 1801. Now, the thing is, when he dies eventually in 1817, he's a very old man. He's very old for the time. You know, we might not think of it these days. But in those days, living to 62 is a fairly good innings. But in 1801, when his son is born, he's already 45. His wife, Elizabeth, James at this point, but of course he changes his life to his name to David later on. Well, Elizabeth, she dies in 1808. She's been 10 years younger than him. And she was of Scottish-Irish-American descent. And this is one of the reasons why Farragut is both and I'm going to get this right because it's worthwhile being specific, he is both a Freemason and a Scottish Rite Freemason, and there is a difference between the two. Not so much, some would say, but others would argue over who the true keepers of the temple are. But we'll leave that to one side. Anyway. So, they are already a merchant experience, okay? His father, James... Well, the father of James, George, was a merchant captain. And he had started his life in Majorca and had moved to America. They settled in Lowes Ferry on the Houston River. They would often be sailing around. And in fact, his father did some work with the Continental Navy, with the South Carolina Navy. He was experienced. So it's unsurprising that after his mum dies in 1808, that George is basically going, well, my wife's died, I've got no other family, I've got young children. The children who are old enough to look after themselves, I can afford to keep taking care of. But the children who are too young, I need to find other families to take care of them, because if I die, they're going to be left all alone, they're going to have nothing. I have no idea why the Twitch category is wrong. I've updated on my end. There you go. It's sorted out. Anyway. So, basically, he had made friends with a US Navy officer, and he'd been a US Navy officer. He'd served with them. He'd had experience. Had come from a naval family, and he finds David Porter. His father had served with him. Porter's father had served with George Farragut. Now, the one thing I do find interesting is that he's adopted in 1809-ish, 1808, 1809-ish, and his father's still alive, but he's adopted. He changes his name in 1812. He'd gone to sea first with David Porter in 1810. He changes his name to David in 1812. Now, it's also worth noticing that whilst we often talk about Dixon Porter and we talk about Farragut, there is also William D. Porter, who becomes a Commodore and is also quite a successful officer in the American Civil War. So they are, it's a very naval family. The thing is, whilst I might have less time for David Porter, I have a lot of time for the family he produces. It's one of the weird things, but sometimes that's what happens. So he joins the U.S. Navy as a boy seaman in 1810, in sort of springtime, but by December 1810, he's a midshipman. He's only 9 years old. Remember at this point, 9 years old, midshipman. 1812, he follows his foster father to the frigate, the USS Essex. And then 1815 to 17, he's serves aboard the USS Independence and the USS Macedonia. Now, I'm just checking my PowerPoint because I just had a singular fear come up. Because one of the slides I added in was, Independence. Was Independence Macedonia. Ay, caramba. And Independence picture hasn't shown up. I'm going to fix that. By renaming it as well. Because I had USS, it had come as Macedonia. But again, making sure the picture of Independence shows up nicely is always a fun one, because Independence is never an easy one to get a decent picture of. There we go. Sorted and all happy. Luckily, because that is literally and that is not many slides away, if I'd let it wait till we got to there, we would have had a bad time. As it was, by remembering now and going, did that work properly, I've sorted it. So Farragut then studies ashore in Tunis. Why did he go to Tunis? Why go to Tunis? Well, The modern-day capital of Tunisia is also one of the ancient capitals of studying navigation and naval map making. It's one of the best places to go to study in that time if you're not going to Britain or other places. Then went to the Shark, then the Ferret, then the Brandywine. And we're going to go through all this. We're going to go through his commands, because the thing about him, and the thing that makes him interesting for years of leadership, his year of leadership, is this is a man famous for one quote: "Down the torpedoes, full speed ahead." And the thing is, that quote misses so much of his leadership style, and misses actually so much of what actually happened. Because the point is about that quote, and we'll get into this more later, it's because of the sinking of the Tunis, which was a monitor. As he was asked what had happened, he asked what had happened to her. He was told torpedoes, and his response was, "Down the torpedoes, full speed ahead." That's the reality of it. That's the capability of it. And I should say that the advertisements have been automated for the every 30 minutes of your viewing. There should be an advert pop up. I have told it to go to the minimum. I have no idea what that'll be, but that means I don't have to remember it, and hopefully it won't flash yellow at me at all today. But there again, there's part of me which wonders if the yellow stuff is something to do with BT. But yeah, he has an interesting career all before he gets to the Civil War. He has a long career before he gets to the Civil War. We're talking about a man who serves 60 years in the US Navy. 60 years. And we're not on a Sunday brew ship, so I'm not going to be talking too much about this, but you're never going to kill the idea of the Minecraft server, for the naval Minecraft server, and it's just going to happen. Don't worry, it's going to happen. You'll be overseeing adminning a server where Drac will be building a warspite, I will be building probably a Tribal class destroyer, and Fleet will be trying to build the Hosh, and we'll see which of us can actually beat the Ender Dragon with our warships. And all the mods necessary to make that possible. It will be glorious. Farragut does do some really cool things. He also does some quite sad things. He is one of the pallbearers for the funeral of Lincoln. He is one of the first officers to be promoted to Rear Admiral, one of the first officers to be promoted to Vice Admiral, and there's a debate as to whether, as one of the first officers, definitely preferred by some to be the first officer to be promoted to Admiral. And yeah, he has a career, and he earns it. Run on. I'll leave the Hosh stuff up to you to deal with. Lord knows what some of the others will be building. Fumba, thank you. I pronounced it Tecumseh, didn't I? Tecumseh. Sorry about that. I'm always bad on that one. Now, his starting off his career is with his adopted father, And it's perfectly normal. This is one of the things I find funny. The more people say the US is taking a break from America, America's not like Europe. We don't have admirals. We don't have this. So, how are you picking your senior officers? Well, our captains take their family and their extended family to sea with them, and that's who they take as their midshipmen, and then they train us up for the lieutenant's exam, and oh, yeah. It's the facts of life. It's the facts of life. It's the fun stuff. And there's a bit of reasoning behind that as well, because in a world where you don't have formalized education, and you don't have something like public schools, something like, state schools in the UK, etc., you have this this is going to be more likely a scenario, because who's going to get the mathematical discussions, the earlier discussions about even the option of being a naval officer? It's going to be naval officers' families. They're going to have the educational background because they're probably going to get taught it, because the family's going to make sure they learn it. So the odds are, when you're looking for naval officers, it's rarely difficult to find. It's kind of like trying to find generals in the British Army at some point, or even American generals at some point. You're looking for people who have the right skills, and it's to extent connections as well, so they can get the right experience. I'm not saying it's good it's that way, it just always has been that way. And we might want to change it, but also there is an innate problem with trying to change it, because whilst there are people who can come from the outside and who can do just as good a job, there is also often the reason that the people from those backgrounds are going to be able to start off more quickly and get running more quickly because of their experience, if they have been a diligent family member. Please note, there are criteria here. You can't just be born in a family and learn this stuff by osmosis. You do have to listen and pay attention. I didn't get the ability I have to shoot because my mum is good at shooting, and I just picked it up through genetics. No. I went to the shooting range with my mum a lot as a kid. I've gone to other ranges from school, etc. and things, and I've learned to shoot that way. So that's sort of the family, the passing on knowledge. It's the same with driving. It's the same with a lot of things. The skills I've inherited, the fact that from my dad, who was as much of an engineer as you're ever going to meet, a naval architect, I learnt so much about ship design that I'm scary to even naval architects sometimes, but really, really scary to most of my history colleagues. It's because I paid attention, and because when he was reading books, I would ask if I could borrow them afterwards, or even when I was a kid. And even when I didn't really know what the words meant, I'd have a go. Which also explains why some words I do pronounce wrong to this day, because when I first learned those words, I was reading them on my own, and I was sounding them out in my head on my own, and sounding what they'd like. I do now know the proper ways to pronounce those words. I did go into discussion later, but the trouble is, the first time you learn something, and if you read it then several times, and you hear it in your head as that way, and you pronounce it out loud a couple of times, and no one corrects you until you eventually talk about someone who does know and can go, what are you talking about? You can pick up some very bad habits, but that's life. Now, if we consider 1812 to 14, USS Essex is involved in the height of the 1812 war. And she is cruising around the world. She's providing excellent navigation training for officers aboard. She's providing excellent leadership opportunities, because there's lots of chances for young officers to be deployed on things. And think about this. Farragut is 11 years old when this begins. 11. He's getting this experience from the ages of 11 to 13. He was born in 1801. He's getting to see as a preteen what a captain does, how a crew works together, what things happen. And also, because of his age, despite the fact of who his adopted father is, remember, the adopted kids never get treated quite the same way. Not in this era. These days, when it's more about love and family and bringing together, yeah. In this period, it's to an extent about that, but it's also to an extent about the social connections it brings. It's more of a transaction. So please note, before anyone starts to get upset, because I remember there was some point when I was saying people were being short-sighted, and someone thought I was upset with people who had shorter sightedness. No, I wasn't. It's a turn of phrase. But in this period as well, the relationships can be good, but there is a fact within these adoptions when they happen, especially the circumstances of David Glasgow Farragut's, first of all James Glasgow Farragut, but later David Glasgow Farragut's adoption. It is partially a social transaction. There is a lot of stuff going on there as well. You are being, in many ways, part of the adoption is you will educate and bring this person into this service, but they will also make you look good. Okay? Porter is taking him on, not just because he's a favour to a friend of his dad's, who he quite likes. No, it's because he wants his officers to grow up to look good, because one of the ways you grow as an officer in a navy is you create a following, you create an entourage, and that happens at every level. You're talking NCOs, you're talking sailors, you're talking officers, and the best pool to recruit for officers are your family and extended family. So he's serving this time. He's getting experience in navigation, Farragut is, but he's seeing what his adopted father does. He's experiencing it. And he can see whether things are good or bad, what he likes, what he dislikes about what his adopted father's doing. He's getting to experience that from a young age. And probably for a while he is in a dashing hero mode of his adopted father, and that's all great. But very quickly, once you're at sea for long enough, the captain stops being a dashing hero and they start being, are they a good officer or not? And Porter does have good qualities. He must do, because he raises the sons he does. I might personally feel, because he might, in my way, I might feel because of the Battle of Valparaiso, and again there's a whole video about that on this channel, I might have lower appreciation for his value as a leader. But you can learn a lot from bad leaders as well as you can learn from good leaders. Again, I refer you to Benjamin Armstrong, B.J. Armstrong's two historians, and hopefully there'll be more of those coming out soon. Because the thing about this is, you will always learn from bad leaders as well as you learn from good leaders, because bad leaders teach you what not to do. Yeah, take your child to war day. Oh, don't get in a nicest way. If you want fun, look up the entire, as said, look up the entire family, because if I'm not mistaken, thank you, Jack Ray. 20 memberships, thank you. David Porter goes to sea with his father on the John Adams, which is the next ship. The next ship next ship Porter gets. And if I'm not mistaken, William D. Porter, the Commodore, he also has his first service with family. Yeah, he was. He served aboard the Franklin, which was his uncle John Porter's. So you're dealing with a naval family, propagating a naval family, and they're making sure their people get experience early and young. And the thing is, Farragut is the eldest of the children. So he's the first to go to sea. the first to join it. But the others follow along the lines. The interesting thing I would say is that Farragut, after the Essex, where he has his formative early years, goes on to, well, slightly different operations after this. He goes on to slightly different commands. If we consider his next one, the USS Independence, which is pictured here, and the USS Macedonian, which of course was a captured British frigate. And, well, he serves at this point under Commodore William Bainbridge. He serves under Bainbridge and Captain M. Crane. So he gets, whilst he's started off very much in the Porterfold, he hasn't done what you necessarily would expect, which is to serve again under another family member. He's made enough of a name, enough of a reputation himself cruising on the Essex. He's been a good enough midshipman that he's been taken aboard by Bainbridge for his flagship. Now that's something. Because I would argue Bainbridge is a bit of a step up in the world. And Bainbridge is his first exposure to fleet command and fleet coordination. And Bainbridge is known, well, at least to me, not just as the commander for the First Barbary War, not just as, you know, the various roles he gets in terms of the Second Barbary War, when, of course, he has Farragut with him. But he's also, how do I put this, a known educator. He very much believes in educating his officers, in training his officers up. He is in he's got a post-war career. He's going towards counter-piracy now. He's 14 years old, yes. That's it, he's post-war. And it's in this period that he really gets his experience of the fleet command. Because, as I've said before, the thing Porter is friggin' weak at is coordinating other ships. He's fine in command of a frigate, but he's kind of like BT. Give him a single ship to command, great! You've got a daring officer. Try and get him to coordinate with anything more than one ship. I need to communicate. Oh, great. Well, Bainbridge isn't like that. Bainbridge is, I would say, if Bainbridge was, as sort of many of the parables we will know more about, we're looking at a Nimitz style, we're looking at a Jellicoe style, we're talking about an inveterate communicator who's going to be messaging about a lot of things. And it's important here that this is where he's transferred his service to. And he also, as said, gets to go to the USS Macedonian, which was a Royal Navy ship. Now, when he goes to serve with her, he transfers on to her when Commodore Decanter takes over the operation in the Second Barbary War. And so he stays involved in the Barbary War. This is the thing. He starts the Barbary War aboard Bainbridge's USS Independence. He continues it aboard the Macedonian. And what's really interesting is he is part of the group which is there when you're signing the Treaty of Tunis, and that's why he then stays in Tunis studying. He makes connections. Now let's think about this from a age perspective, right? He goes studying in Tunis, in Tunisia, Northern Africa, southern coast of the Mediterranean. And he's doing this, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, in 1818 when he is 17 years old. So in 17 years old, he not only has enough skill and fluency in navigation to have served on a couple of flagships and to have been critical to various other operations, but no, he's also now fluent enough linguistically that he can go and study in Tunisia. There's a debate as to how much study goes on, but he does seem to come away with a fine knowledge of navigation. He also seems to come away with a fine knowledge of the back streets and back alleys of Tunis. But we'll leave that to one side. What we do know is that qualification, those studies, means that in 1819, he is able to achieve... Well, he's qualified enough, he serves as a lieutenant. He's not being promoted to a lieutenant, but he serves as a lieutenant. On the USS Shark, a schooner. Now, here's the thing. This vessel doesn't commission until 1821, officially. So I am really at a loss as to see how he served aboard her as a lieutenant. But there are multiple sources which say this. The interesting thing is, it does seem to be in a party attached to her under her construction. And I think he probably was put in charge of that. He has the skills, though. He has the knowledge. He's put in charge of her construction. What happens next, though, is interesting, because technically he's got the Shark, and technically, if you look up the Shark and look up her service and what she was doing when she commissions, what her duties were, and who her commanders were, there's a whole interesting discussion about her. There's all sorts of interesting things available. The other option, of course, is that there is another USS Shark wandering around that time, which we have no other information about. Because we're all presuming it's this. But the fact is, and I wouldn't be surprised, I think it is this one he's involved with because of who commands her first. In 1921, when she's commissioned, she's taken command of by Matthew Calbrave Perry, another of the future US Navy greats. He's going to be really important in the Mexican-American War. And guess what? One of the officers Matthew Calbrave Perry will ask for later on, when we're talking about the Mexican-American War, is Farragut. He'll ask her for him. Why? Because he's worked with him. He's served with him. That's the only way. You're not going to... If you were an officer in the United States Navy in this period, yes, it's not a particularly large group of officers, so, there aren't particularly a huge number for you to trawl through. But there are enough that you've got a bit of a selection when you're considering the size of the force they're putting together. And you can especially pick which officers are going to be in command of your ships. And, well, Perry doesn't just put Farragut in charge of any ship. Again, we'll be talking about this in a bit, but this is the point we're talking about. That's 20 years later. Now, there are options for building up connections at other times like that, but honestly, I would say this is where their relationship starts. And by the way, if you're now counting, this is now the third senior officer of the US Navy. The third very senior officer of the US Navy. Arguably the fourth, if you consider Decanteur, who Farragut has served with. And he's 20 years old. This man now has prima connections. I mean, literally, he has served with and impressed a lot of people. But this doesn't mean he necessarily has leadership capability. This means he's so far been able to follow orders, being able to do probably small boat work, has been able to do navigation, has been able to stand watch, and has watched and maybe occasionally been listening into discussions and decisions that they were made. This is the command structure of the period. Okay? There's a lot of learning by doing, but also learning by observing. Learning by watching. And Farragut is good at this. Farragut is really good at this. The USS Shark has a crew... Not many at all. Not many at all. Although the sources I have next to me say there's a dispute over how many crew she actually had. Interestingly enough, when USS Shark actually sinks, it's the Royal Navy and the Hudson Bay Company which coordinate and relieve her. But that's many years later. That is when she's lost. She's lost in 1846. He's wrecked. Yeah, what I find strange, Raptor, and this is going to sound terrible, I feel it's a bit rude, the US Navy, because they've done ships for David Porter and David Dixon Porter, especially, but they haven't done, as far as I know, they haven't done... They've only done one ship for William Porter, and that was known as the unluckiest ship in the U.S. Navy. So I feel that was a bit cruel. Look, it might well have tried to torpedo Franklin Delano Roosevelt, but let's be honest, who hasn't tried to chuck a torpedo at a president between friends? You know, we've all considered it. You know. It's what you do. You've got your head of state riding over there. Send a torpedo. See what happens. Make them feel alive. Give them the brush with death. That's what they need. That's what they come to the Navy for. Surely. Calling a ship unlucky just because it, might have tried to kill its head of state. That's just cruelty. That's uncalled for. It gets worse. But, no, he serves, at this point, he serves on her for a couple of years, I think, because in 1823, he's placed in command of the USS Ferret. Now, he might have got command of her in 1822 when she first launches, but probably not. Probably 23. And she is tasked with a very special mission. She's a very special mission. She's sort of involved in fighting piracy, but mostly she is doing mapping. She's doing navigation work. And this is, interesting enough, this point, this is now under command of Commodore David Porter. So at this point, he is back under David Porter. He's got his first ship command. He's back under David Porter. So he's gone out from the family. Now he's returned to the family. And this is, again, often normal. This is often how the process goes. You'll go out from the family to make further connections and get more connections, because those also help the family and help you learn your naval career. And again, you're going to pass the assessments, because also, by the way, those people will send their family members to your family members to have their training. So everyone's training everyone's family. And, well, he does a good job. The schooners, they're critical. They are brand new ships. Each armed with 3 guns, and the names are Ferret, Beagle, Fox, Greyhound, Jackal, Terrier, Weasel, Wildcat. That's 8 of them. 8. It's actually an entire force in terms of doing counter-piracy in these jobs in, like, sort of the lagoons and the areas of the West Indies. Is 16 ships. 8 of them schooners. 8 of them schooners. Now, on the 18th of June, 1823, Farragut, along with a merchant vessel, which was assisting her, engaged the pirate barge and some boats in Bacuna Yeager Bay in Cuba. And Farragut's in charge. Farragut's in command. Usually, though, she's transporting sailors, marines, supplies, doing all the operations around Cuba. He does have some interesting experiences. I will say this. While they were stopping in Nassau, one of their crew members, who was a deserter from the Royal Navy, so the story history goes, which Farragut didn't realise, hailed a British ship asking to be removed from the ferret. Farragut decided that, frankly, he would just discipline the gentleman himself because he didn't like someone doing those sort of things, and then handed him over to British authorities in Nassau as a deserter. If you consider the War of 1812, where one of the issues was that there were potentially British sailors on American warships and American ships, etc., trying to these things. You have an actual class example taking place in 1823. And what does the American captain do? Get off my ship. Oh, and as you're a deserter, I'm going to have real fun. You're not getting on a British merchant ship. No, no, no. I'm handing you into the authorities in Nassau. Farragut actually received some commendations, and you did a good job for that one. And then he received orders to take her north to the Navy Yard in Washington for renewal and repair. And then she came down again. In fact, Farragut would be in charge of her for several tours. She was only placed under command of Bell in 1825. Now, the interesting thing is, with all this, is that, Farragut is dealing with these things, but he's an independent command. And think about it. Think about this. He's 22 years old when he gets command of the USS Farragut. So look at the 22-year-olds around you. And think. If they'd started working in the US Navy when they had been 9 years old, then by 22, they could be commanding their own ship. Only a small ship, but still a good ship. But also, this incident gives you a real taste of what Farragut is like as a senior officer. And as a commander. He's got a bit of a by-the-books stain to him. But also, he's not going to tolerate certain things. And one of them is Someone playing silly... silly tots, let's say. I'm just remembering my little cousins could be listening. Silly tots and acting stupid. You're not going to demur about that. He didn't... You think about the decision he's made. He's 22 years old. He's kicking a guy off his ship and handing him over to the Royal Navy. This is an incident which could involve diplomatic consequences. It kind of backs up what the Royal Navy had been saying about the US Navy prior to the War of 1812. But it also, in a funny way, undermines what they've been saying as well, because the moment he learns it's a case that this is actually a deserter from the Royal Navy, he hands him over. It also shows his view of it, because you'd expect, having started his career in the War of 1812, 1814, he might be firmly anti-British. And instead of being firmly anti-British and firmly going, I want to get one over on the redcoats sort of thing, he's going, no, and frankly, I'm going to have even more fun with this, because he could have just released the guy. He could have just put him ashore. He could have sent him off to merchant ship. He does not have to deliver him to British authorities. He doesn't have to do that. But he makes that decision. Not only am I going to get rid of this person, rather than killing him, which is something he could also have done, I'm going to get rid of this person in the most officious way possible, which is going to be painful for them. Because let's be honest, this is a very creative way of following the rules. It's following the rules in a way no one can disagree with, but in a way which is going to be maximally unpleasant. Because whilst the US Navy has shooting on its books and a few other things for discipline in this period, the Royal Navy still has keel hauling. Just going to put that out there. Always an option. Keel hauling. You want to be hung? You have to be an officer. You want to be hung in a very interesting way? We have keel hauling. It is. It's malicious compliance in many, many ways. But it's also creative compliance. Now, they went through all sorts of waters, all sorts of storms together, and he did a good job. He looks after his ship. And therefore, it's unsurprising to me. It's unsurprising to me that then he ends up having the next 12 sort of years, because it's 1826 when he moves on. No, 1825 he moves on. And he moves on to the Brandywine. And it's after that, sorry, I was jumping around. He moves on, he's promoted to lieutenant of the Brandywine. Now, the Brandywine is a big frigate. So he's gone from being in command of his own ship to being... how do I put this? The second in command of a larger frigate. Now, there's a reason for this. Senior lieutenant / second in command. It depends on the period. Firstly, the Brandywine is involved in taking the Marquis de Lafayette around and supporting him. And, you know, she's a good ship. But again, she's doing a lot of diplomatic frigate roles. And having officers like Farragut aboard is rather useful. And she heads off in 1825 to do European operations. And this is an interesting point because he's going to spend a lot of his career being away from the United States, which explains probably his approach to certain things. He's a son of the South who stays loyal to the North, sort of thing. And that's probably because, like most naval officers, in the end, they become very much United States rather than their own states because they spend so much time at sea as a representative of the United States. They don't live in their state. like quite a lot, or live in America, like quite a lot of the army officers. They spend a lot of time at sea and on the edges of America, or even posted abroad. Now, the interesting thing about selecting the officers that they did, they actually selected specifically the officers to support Lafayette from descendants of persons who'd been distinguished in the American Revolution. So Farragut being chosen because he's adopted by both the Porter family and is of course a descendant of the Farragut family, and therefore technically, in the best way, technically the descendant of two of these lines, is an absolute dream appointment for looking after Lafayette. And pretty much, he serves on her for a while. He takes her out to Europe. He stays mostly doing those sorts of works in Europe because he will spend the next roughly 12 years, from 1826 to 1838, being executive officer, basically being senior lieutenant. So he's commanded ships on his own. He's now trusted to be second in command of a far larger ship. So basically, you could argue, and I know I'm using basically quite a lot, what the US Navy's done is they've taken off a guy who's had a lot of experience as a young age, and they've given him even more experience. They've tested him out in command of a small vessel, which if he breaks, okay, you don't want to lose it, but if he breaks it, it ain't something you're gonna cry over the loss too much of. Let's be honest, a 3-gun schooner is not going to be something the US Navy is going to be absolutely apoplectic over the loss of. They're not going to be devastated by the loss of. They prefer not to lose any of them, but even in this period, they're going to survive losing one or two. And once he's proved himself in command of that, fine. We can make him XO of these, which means he could end up in... And remember, the executive officer is important on a larger ship because, A, they can end up in command of a larger ship because illness happens, because all sorts of weird things happen. So they can end up being acting commander very quickly and very easily. There's also the fact that quite often you will need to do a lot more diplomacy from larger ships because they'll need to do a lot of foreign voyaging. They'll need to wander around the world. They'll need an officer who can go off the ship and act independently, to be the captain's eyes when the captain can't go ashore. Yeah, it's a pretty important role. We're not quite sure how many vessels he serves on exactly, and there's a reason for this. I would say there are some good, accurate sources which put it together, about 4 or 5. But the fact is, Farragut seems to become, for quite a lot of senior officers, above the rank of captain. Remember, the US Navy technically at this point doesn't have admiral. They have flag rank officers. They call them flag officers. They don't call them admirals. That happens during the Civil War. They suddenly decide they're going to have admirals again. He basically seems to be acting as a bit of a designated hitter. He seems to be a trusted pair of hands, and he's known for his ability to motivate crews. He's definitely picked that up from Porter. But he's also known for his precision when it comes to navigation, and his attention to detail. And I'd say those are far more Farragut traits. I'd also say he has learnt quite a lot from... Well, I would say Bainbridge is coming through as well, because his style of networking, he's not just promoting himself. He doesn't just do the self-promotion thing. He also is promoting others. He's promoting a band of brothers around him. One of the biggest cheerleaders for David Dixon Porter and for William Porter, one of their biggest cheerleaders is Farragut. Is David Glasgow Farragut. He supports his wider family. They might be his adopted family, but he does seem to have formed a true bit of brotherhood with them. And again, that could be the age he's thrown in with them, and the age he starts off with them, but also that could also be the fact that realistically they are the ones who share his naval background. They are his naval family. They are the blood of his naval family, if you will. Rather than the sea of his naval family, they're the blood of his naval family. And the reason you'd want to see them promoted as well as promote yourself is because he's going to need officers behind him. And they're going to help him get those officers. Again, it's all about building connections. And leadership is a lot of going through connections, which is one of the interesting things why when they expand so much during the Civil War, etc., you get such a evolution of the US Navy so quickly, and then a sort of collapse afterwards as they try and withdraw back to what they had been prior to the Civil War in terms of the officer culture, and don't quite make it. Oh yeah, mapping is definitely a massively critical role. And having someone who's studying navigation at the schools which Farragut has, who's done the work Farragut has doing that role and being good at that is a great thing. It's a useful thing. But saying that, he's soon going to end up with his first actual proper command. Now, please note, when he's placed in command of the USS Erie, which is a three-masted sloop of war, launched in 1813, with 140 crew, 2 18-pounder cannon, 20 32-pounder carronades, so 2 long guns and a decent broadside. When he's placed in command of her, she's been out of service for a little odd while. She'd been decommissioned put down into ordinary in September 1837, and it's February 1838 that she's appointed. Farragut's put her in command, and she gets to sail the Atlantic coast. Her job is basically being a lifeboat. She's there to aid merchant vessels she finds in distress. And she goes to goes on another diplomatic mission to go and look after American interests while the French are blockading Mexican ports in July of that 1838. She's a vital vessel wandering up and down, and Farragut is very happy to get command of her. But he's only a lieutenant still, okay? He's only a lieutenant. He's got 139 other souls under his command aboard this vessel. Think about that. And also think about this. He's the same age as me at this point. He's 37 years old. He has command of a gunboat. Oh, artists often take liberties with flags. They often, in fact, it's harder to find paintings where they don't take liberties with flags, because often trying to illustrate them. I'd also say that flag to me is a bit on the small size for the vessel, but we'll see. I would say the real flag would have been bigger in proportion to the sails, etc. But yeah. Maybe it's just a sailing ensign rather than a battle ensign. Now, his service, what he ends up doing next, is all pretty much there as, he is wandering around being useful. He's getting experience. He's getting knowledge. He's getting understanding. And he's deploying this. Something you'll see coming up quite a lot, which sort of belies the whole damn the torpedoes mythology, is the amount of time in his career he spent doing diplomacy. The amount of diplomacy he spent when he's dealing with them, when he's dealing with the French in the Mexican ports. Again, he earns commendations for that, for how skillfully he protects American interests. He doesn't all earn or entirely hosannas. He also has some fun times, but he's doing well. He's doing well. It's also worth noticing that at this point, his wife is ill. He had got married in 1824 to, while he'd been in charge of the USS Farragut, he'd married Susan Caroline Merchant. And she would die on December 27th, 1840. It is well known that he treated his wife well during her illness and looked after her. It has been extensively researched by people who have tried to argue both ways. I think Chester Hearn's book about Farragut goes into this in the most detail. That was published in 1998. And yeah, he seems to have been a generally good, quite a good bloke. He doesn't get married again till 1843. So he stays single for 3 years. There's a reason I'm talking about that, because, interesting enough, he got married first time around when he goes and gets command of a ship, when he's got the USS Farragut. Now, he's got the USS Erie for a few years, but he doesn't have her he doesn't have her in 1940, from 1840, I mean, because in 1840 she's rebuilt in Boston. So from that point, he's ashore, July 1840, and that does allow him to be with his wife as she dies. And now we've sort of reached the point at which I was planning to do a shameless book plug. So, hello. I've planned for basically a 2.5 hour chat in terms of presentation and a half-hour questions at the end, because that's usually a 3-hour video. Okay? So why am I doing a shameless book plug? Well, I do a shameless book plug because I'm an historian, and all my research is entirely funded by you. So thank you. Thank you for the super chat, the memberships earlier from Jack Ray, and all the super chats and super thanks and all those things. Thank you to everyone who's a patron. Patron suggestions for March are going to go live soon, and then it's going to be a patron vote for March. The year just pops along. It's January, and I'm already talking about March. Frankly, this wouldn't all be possible without you. Okay? It's all the things I'm doing wouldn't be possible without your support. All the naval history I'm doing wouldn't be possible without your support, because this is going to sound strange. You can't do it for nothing. Okay? You can't support our thin air. So whilst I can work enough over a couple of days a week to make sure I pay my bills and I have food to eat and all those things, so I'm okay, I can't, if I work any more than that, then that doesn't allow me much time to do my history stuff. It might allow me to pay for it, but it wouldn't allow me to do it.
So it's thanks to your support. It's thanks to the support of this channel, everything you all do. People who like, share, and subscribe to videos. Both on Twitch and on YouTube. That I'm able to sustain the channel going on. I'm able to allocate. And I have a fun thing, because I actually have written up my timesheet. And I do keep in track of my timesheet. And I worked out that with researching, writing videos and books for YouTube and Twitch and all the other things, you account in my daytime routine from 0800 hours to 1800 hours every day. So that's roughly 10 hours a day I assign to sort of the normal working time. It's because of your support that I'm able to assign 45 hours a week to those things. I'm not including Sunday, of course, when I do brew ships and UAD streams of this, but I'm not including any of the live videos, but yeah, 45 hours, not including the live videos, a week, is thanks to that I'm able to assign out of my working week, which adds up to about 90 hours. I'm able to assign 45 hours a week to all that stuff. Thanks to you. Hello, Big Fluff. You wagging your tail? There is a poodle wagging its tail off of a thing going, I'm here with you, Papa. I'm here. Do not forget me. Or we won't forget you. So yeah, that's sort of the fact I'm able to do all this stuff. The fact I'm able to write the books I'm writing that are coming after this. The fact I was able to write this and publish this. The fact I'm able to afford pictures for those books is all thanks to your kindness, your support, your generosity. So thank you for making it possible. Now, the thing is, if only the paymasters of the paying companies the paying organisations I work for, were as reliable with their pay times as YouTube and Patreon are, and you're all supporters, I wouldn't be so worried about my tax bill being a month. But we'll see. We will hope. We'll cross fingers. So really, it's 49 to 51 hours. Look, there are advantages to being a functioning insomniac, okay? There are advantages to the fact that my average week, whereas most people need about 7 to 8 hours of sleep a night, and so will on average spend 49 to 56 hours a week of sleep, I will usually average about 24 hours over a week. There's a lot of stuff I can make use of with that. It is the Give Me Food signal from the poodle. It is. But yeah, let's get back into this. USS Saratoga. And on speak of the Give Me Food signal from the poodle.
Because you're cute. Now, don't give yourself hiccups.
He's sitting on the floor lying down. Seriously. You are the most indulged poodle I know. Okay. So, the USS Saratoga. Now, one of the things I find interesting is his command history with the Saratoga. It's pretty much a case of, wow, I've got command of the Saratoga. Woohoo! What can I do with her? And when you realise that she's as powerful as she is, and as important as she is, there is an argument again over when he takes command of her. He is very active during the Mexican-American War, and he gets command of the Saratoga probably in 1847 when she's recommissioned. But he has command of her till 1848. He might have had command of her prior to a decommission, during some of the time she wasn't technically commissioned. Because she starts off with Commander Irving Sherbrooke in command. And originally she was supposed to go to European waters in 1845. But she gets transferred to Commodore David Connor's home squadron. Now, she's then sent back, and Farragut's attention to her seems to be quite early. She does operations, she does some things, but Farragut does seem to be involved somehow in her tasking and her operations. And then she's reactivated, and this time, this is when Perry asks for her to be put under the command of Farragut, and firmly under command of Farragut. And she, with him in charge, joins Perry's squadron off Vera Cruz. So basically, there being a dispute and different officers in charge of her and all sorts of things going on. The moment Perry's put in charge of the home squadron, which is operating off the coast of Vera Cruz, I want the Saratoga back, and I want Farragut in command, is basically what Perry demands. The moment she arrives with Perry, this is where you can tell that there is a relationship going on between these two officers, because she arrives on the 26th of April, and on the 29th of April, for barely spending any time with the squadron, Perry feels comfortable in going, you proceed to Tuxpan. You go alone. And she arrives there on the 30th of April. She doesn't head back to Vera Cruz till the 12th of July. So basically, Perry's able to trust that Farragut can go off, command this ship, which is a valuable asset, because the Saratoga had only been launched in 1842. And she's got 210 crew aboard. She's got 4 of the new 8-inch shell guns. 18 32-pounders. She'd taken part in the Ivory Coast expedition. She was a valuable asset for the US Navy, and she's been sent off. And she's off there for... She arrives on the 30th of April, so it's May, June, so in July she heads back. So he's away for 10 weeks. Functioning. Independently. 11 weeks, actually, almost. Independently. And Perry's completely happy. He's able to send him off and know he's going to do what he needs him to do for 11 weeks with only 3 days of sailing in company and only about 1 meeting. Think about that. They have a relationship. They have an understanding. And that's another reason why the system sort of works the way it does, because the fact is, you need to be able to do that in naval warfare, and you need to, without the modern communication systems you need to have some method of trusting that they will understand the intent of your instructions. And the only way you can do that is if you've had familiarity, and if they understand you on an implicit level. It's if you're family, or family by another means. Now, after she'd done that, she returns to Vera Cruz. Then she goes to Tabasco to get dispatches and deliver dispatches, and then goes back to Vera Cruz. So she basically is doing all their options. They're travelling back and forth, the typical sort of sloop frigate role. 1st September 1847, Farragut, in charge of Saratoga, relieves Decanter at Tuxapan again. And this is where you really see Farragut's quality. There is an outbreak of yellow fever on board. And yet he still managed to keep the ship on station, functioning, working for 2 months before heading back to Veracruz. And he managed to keep her alive, keep her going, keep the cruiser well enough. So much so that when they get back to Florida 3 months later to land their sick and replenish their stores, they haven't lost any at that point. She's not decommissioned until 19th February 1848, and that's, of course, Farragut who decommissions her. But pretty much the whole way through, she'd been very much trusted. She does have, well, you could say that's, partially. Everyone really likes the 8-inch shell at this point, because it's a nice big boom shell. One of the things you do realise when you go through naval guns, the advantage they often have over their land counterparts is the size of shells. The fact they are bigger, usually longer, and usually bigger, does give you advantage of if you want to pack stuff in there, if you want to have fuses, if you want to have the shell be able to do more damage for its size. There's all sorts of things you can do with a naval shell that you normally can't do with a land-based shell, because of the sheer scenario that at sea you have blocks and tackles. You're able to rig things up. You know where you're going. You're taking your artillery with you, and you're taking your shells with you. Basically, as far as the guns are concerned, their logistics is all aboard ship. That's a very big difference from being a land-based artillery. It's arguable that before you get to realistically the modern lorries, you have a lot of issues with supplying artillery. Even today, with the modern systems we have, you have issues supplying modern artillery and making sure it's getting the number of shells it needs for the operation it does. But compared to what happened in previous generations, yeah. And I will say once again, I will be, as I normally am, on Discord after this is over for anyone who wants to chat. Links should be down below. They should take you. Both on Twitch and YouTube, there should be links down below. So the thing is, after this, Farragut gets a post as Assistant Inspector of Ordnance at Naval Norfolk, Virginia. That's what his role is after this point. He serves in that for a few years, making sure the guns are up to date. He's a gunnery officer. Again, this is the more you look into Farragut, the more you start to look at him and go, Jellicoe, Lee, there's a fair number of officers who are going to follow this path later on. He is a specialist in making things go boom. And it's partially on the advice of Perry. It's partially on the advice of Porter, of course, who likes to make sure his extended relatives are in sinecures which are going to be powerfully influential over the US Navy. For example, if you get command of a ship and you happen to know one of the senior people in charge of Ordnance at Norfolk, you can make sure you get good quality guns. It's also a good position to be in if you want to get a new future ship command. Why? Because who's going to know best about which warships are being commissioned and how big they're going to be, so therefore what rank they're going to require? The people who have to supply their guns. Long lead items are guns. They are some of the first things that have to be got ready, have to be refurbished and made ready for a commissioning ship. And Norfolk is the heart of that for the US Navy in this period. So being Assistant Inspector of Ordnance, that's a good posting. It's also where he gets to really show again his capabilities as a leader, because in that role he's leading civilians, he's dealing with politicians, he's dealing with tradespeople, and he's in charge of naval personnel. He has the whole mixture. He has the whole gamut, and he has to run it all. And you can tell he does a good job with this. He's good at balancing those issues and getting them to work together. How can you tell he does a good job? Well, I hear you asking that question. Well, there is a very easy way for me to answer that question. There's the fact that a few years later, and by this point, let's be honest, he's 53 years old. He's been a commander because it's worthwhile noting he wasn't promoted to commander till 1841. So he's been a commander for about 13 years at this point. He'll be promoted to captain in 1855, whilst in charge of Mare Island Naval Shipyard. He's basically called to Washington by the Secretary of Navy at the time, James C. Dobbin, and he goes to meet President Franklin Pierce, and he gets given the task of setting up the US Navy on the West Coast. Because you don't have a US Navy base on the US Navy in the West Coast until you have a base there to support them. Until you have a shipyard. And that's what Mare Island Naval Shipyard was. It's the first base established on the Pacific Ocean for the US Navy. It served 142 years from 1854 to 1996. And it is established by Farragut. Others have selected the site, others have decided to choose it, but then when they need someone to set it up, they call for Farragut. September 1854. When the shipbuilding and ship repair operations are set up at Mare Island, Commander David Farragut is sent there. He has appointed a civil engineer called Daniel Turner. And they start to build the buildings, they get everything organized, and it goes so well that Farragut gets made a captain. No, 53 is not long in the tooth for command back then. You're getting on with the years, but it's not unusual. It's the same with the Royal Navy in this period. When you have long period, because of the way they've structured the service and the way it both expands and contracts, you can have very old lieutenants and commanders and captains in this period. You can have very old, relatively junior officers, and especially the U.S. Navy, which you must remember doesn't have admirals. They have flag officers, they don't have admirals. Now, under his charge, they built a smithery, they built the shipyard north, they built a storage, they built a foundry, they built a machine shop, and a boiler shop. They also constructed some ammunition depots, and all sorts of things were sited around, including a full magazine. He builds the infrastructure which can sustain the US Navy on the West Coast. Without this base, without Farragut building it, others had planned it, but they weren't able to be implemented. Others had great ideas, but they needed someone who can get the civilians working, who can get the local government working. You know, honestly, you're dealing with new states of California, which was always interesting. Let's be honest, it's California. It had only become a state in 1850. So it was 4 years into the Union. They were still working out how to work with the federal government. They were still working out what the federal government was going to be. Again, this is the pre-Civil War federal government. There are all sorts of issues going on, and he's navigating them all. Slavery issues, all the problems that are coming, he is navigating them. And he is navigating them. Sorry. I think I'm going to have to do something because my poor dog is going a bit nuts with his ear, so I'm going to try cleaning it out again. Sorry about this. Hate to interrupt, but he's trying to stick his paw in there. I think, come on, back here. He's got a bit of an ear infection coming on, and he doesn't like me doing this, but he knows I have to. Come on, come here. Come here. At me. Oh boy. Oh, my poor Fluff. We're going to have to get you on antibiotics, I think that's right. So I've had out, you're going to end up with an operation. I don't want you to have an operation for an ear infection. It's not nice. Oh, that's fun. Let's do another one now, shall we, Dana? Yeah, I know. And yes, I am using gentle wipes. I'm not sticking my fingers the whole way down. I'm using wipes or anything like that. Oh, my poor Fluff. It's looking better than it was. Sorry, everyone. But he's literally sitting here, scratching his ear out. We don't want him doing that. We don't want him to hurt himself. Oh, oh, good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good poodle. There you go. You good? I feel better. Do you want another one? Do you want to do another time? I'm going to need to buy some more wipes tomorrow, aren't I? No, don't lick them. It's gross. You do not need to lick what's just been in your ears. I know you're very happy I've got the stuff out of your ears, but, you know, licking it's going a bit far. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, it is convenient for YouTube ad plays. Yeah, Flag Officer is an admiral by another name. It is. It really is. There we go. Feel better? Feel better? Good boy. Very well behaved. Didn't complain at all. Go put this in the bin before you try and eat it. Mickey now. Worry better. Good boy. I'll take you out for a little drive tomorrow. Good boy. Sorry about that. Apologies. Apologies. California was very interesting. There's whole discussions about there's people complaining that he actually does a quite good job of keeping control of it, keeping his laborers and keeping his people working for him, even when there's all the other stuff going on around him, which suggests he's fairly good at leadership stuff. He's fairly good at getting the people along on side. And yes, I gave him some biscuits. Here's a good fluff. Now, the thing about this is, again, being involved in this is a very good thing to do. It's giving him a lot of connections with a lot of shipyards. He's getting connected with a lot of powerful people again. One of the things you notice about Farragut and his entire career, he's very good at picking up powerful allies. And he's very good at delivering on tasks which are given him. Now, partially I'd say that is task selection. He's pretty darn good at using those allies to make sure he gets things which are in the scope of his abilities. And logistics, organisation, attention to detail, personnel management, those are all skills which Farragut has in abundance. And he knows it. He knows it. You honestly heard someone munching into the mic. Not sure who would have been munching into the mic. Was it you? Did you munch into the mic? There is always a call you message in the house. There is always a call you message in this house. And he then moves that to this. The US Civil War. Now, the thing is, when he first, there's a gap between his service in Mare Island and the Civil War. But the thing is, when the Civil War happens, the US Navy and the US in general are short officers. They are short senior officers. They're short capabilities. What's happening to poor Runon? There's some confusion happening to poor Runon. I'm not sure what. And Farragut, sensing the war's coming, actually moves his family, moves his wife, moves his children, moves everyone to Hastings-on-Hudson. It's a town just outside New York City. That's kind of a big thing to move there, because that's basically moving to a space which is going to be in the heart of Republican territory. In the heart of the North. Because if anyone's going to stay with the North, it's going to be New York. Mostly because the North can't afford to lose it. It's the economic hub of the... it's thanks to the various canals, etc., and things that are being completed, it is the economic hub of the North. He offers his services to the US Navy. And when war begins, first of all, they put him on a naval retirement board. But here's where family starts to play again. Because he's a good, experienced officer. And David Dixon Porter is now important. His younger adopted brother is now important to the High Command. And he suggests him for a special assignment. He suggested, of all my relatives, the best person for this special assignment is... No. It's, of course, of all the officers I know, the one I most highly can commend to this task is... Yeah. It's a fun one. I always love early naval politics. Now, it starts off where he's worried about it. He doesn't want command of the Gulf blockading squadron, or what he believes is the squadron is going to be, because he thinks it's going to be going to Norfolk. And Norfolk He had friends, relatives, all sorts of people living there, and he really wasn't keen on going and blowing up. This is one of the problems. This is an officer who had declared the secession was treason. This was a man, even before the war broke out, he had been publicly declaring that secession was treason. And now, well, things are different. Sorry, just trying to turn my light on, and it's making my screen, for some reason, do weird things. Just give me a second while I fix it all. Because I noticed I was shining out brightly. And whilst I don't mind shining like a diamond, I think I'm going to need to get a new one of those lights. My LED light appears to have gone. My ring light. Oh, forget. Give me a second. Oh. Yeah. Honestly, I'm getting a bit worried about my graphics card, but I'll leave that to one side. What did you do there that makes you think you deserve anything? You're gorgeous, you can have a pat. That can be it. So, with this, we've acknowledged that it's not going to be Norfolk. No, it's going to be his childhood home of New Orleans. He goes, yeah, I'll do that. He didn't want to go deal with a place where he'd been as a young adult. He wanted to go, he was happy to go to a place where he'd been a child and blow it up. And, well, that's what he does. He is given instructions in 1862. He's given command of the Gulf Blockading Squadron. Interesting little force, but a capable force, and a key part, of course, of the Great Snake of the Union blockade. A key part of the ability of the North to block the South off and make them listen. Force them to their knees by economic warfare. Although I did see something fun the other day where someone wrote in a comment actually under a YouTube video of Andrew Lambert, which was, oh, Russia can't be influenced by anything you do at sea because its allies are all share land borders with it. And I went, have you actually looked at the land borders of Russia? If it wants to send large amounts of trade with China or other people, it's in trouble, and it's rather similar in the it's rather similar case when we talk about the South, the Confederacy. People go, "Why didn't they just trade with Mexico?" Well, their relationship with Mexico wasn't necessarily that great. You can try and lick my ear out now. I've been cleaning your ear out. You want to clean my ear out? And they can't. If they can't get the trade out by sea because of the sheer volume, the sheer amount of stuff which is set up to go by sea, and this is one of the things that's often misunderstood, is that the global trade infrastructure is set up to be sea trade because of the efficiency, because of the volume. So you can't just go, I want to now move everything by sea, or I want to move everything by land or by air. And you go, well, where's the infrastructure? Where's the ships? Where's the trains? No, the sheer volume that's set up to go by sea means that it's going to go by sea. Yeah, and if we consider Napoleon's France, Germany in World War One, World War Two, Italy, there are lots of countries which have been influenced by blockade. It's not a good time for them, which have massive land borders. he has as his flagship the Hartford. She's carrying 25 guns. And this is the first time he's had a flag command. Okay? Please don't. Prior to this, he has never commanded a force more than a single vessel. He has not had that command experience. He has got command now of a fleet. And technically, he's got the Western Gulf blockading squadron. I should point out Western Gulf blockading squadron. And he'll command that till 1864. When he has other duties he has to go off and do. And it's charged with preventing Confederate ships from supplying troops and supporting the Union forces and their movement sort of along that sort of Gulf coast. He's basically in charge of operations from the Mississippi to the Rio Grande, south and to beyond the border of Mexico. And, you know, it took part of things like the occupation of Galveston in 1862. All these things, those are parts of his duties. Yes, he probably is reading the screen. We'll leave it to one side. We have a corgi who watches the television. We have a poodle who watches the computer screen, okay? We're used to this in our family. This is part of our family. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. Something is making a strange noise.
Where?
Boiler.
Right then, everyone. Like last week, my sister will now answer civil engineering questions while I go check the boiler. Yes. And remember, you can talk to them if they put questions in the chat.
How?
You just talk. The microphone will pick you up. Just talk. And don't hide behind the picture of Farragut.
I was trying to. I'm not supposed to be here. It's all nice and quiet, thank goodness. Pour on the PT, yes, he would call the cure on the key, the key for biscuit. Put a bit. Come on, up you come, up. Yes, there you are. That's much better. Hello, everyone. Yeah, there you are. Where are you? Where's the camera? Ah, there. Yes. Yes. Going to the other Dr. Clarke. Yes. A Grand Contour. Huh? Grand Contour. How far was the Grand Contour Canal? I don't know. No, I haven't seen the Bridgewater Canal, but I'll go and have a look. I've seen the one that's collapsed. I personally think the rock armour are more effective. Yeah, well, because I tend to hide from cameras more than my brother.
Just gonna call Trident. Won't be a second.
Perhaps you could get your brother to order it. Just yeah, I mean, no.
She requires a gluten-free pizza, and the trouble is the Domino's do not do good gluten-free pizzas.
No, I will have to wait for him to go to Morrison's and get me one off the counter. It's all right. There's a pasty shop at the end of the road that does frozen pizzas, though, frozen pasties, so it's fine. It's not that far. If you've seen that, there's I did my dissertation, my undergraduate dissertation on them. They're kind of like they're like tetrapods, but they also used normal rock, which is quite good for breakaway. Yes, make your own pizza. Yeah, it's much better. It is much better. I don't always. I don't use. I've never made base myself, but why is the corgi annoyed? Because the boiler's making a lot of noise, and it may or may not be delaying his treats. And I've put him away on his own. And he wonders what on earth's going on. Things aren't following. He likes things to follow a pattern. He's one of a very sort of system. So the television goes off. He gets his treats, and then he sort of follows his own sort of. He follows he follows mum to her room, and then he goes in the garden. You know, it's his thing. Ooh. I don't know. I don't know how many pictures he's got. How could he? I don't know. That's a good one. Pasties, yes. Maid Marian pasties are very good. Steeper slope, so it's got to be supported more. Yeah, it's either that or corgism. It's just him. He likes a pattern, doesn't he? Mind you, this. Ooh. What's a good embarrassing story about Alex? That's a good one. I'd have to think. You've got so many. Well, they used to have it in. They used to use the Clyde for enlarged ships because Dad used to work up there. But they also used to have them in Newcastle. So and of course it was Camelairds as well because that's where Dad trained. They need to put some sort of retaining wall that ties it back in for the canal, and I suspect they will use a different system to what they would do in 1971. So, geotextiles has come on. The way that slopes are retained, all those methods have changed. If you are interested in slope stability, I think Bromhead's third edition is either out or it's coming out. It's worth a read, and that would tell me. The beach groins, i.e. the hot, they go straight across the beach. The problem with that is that you actually cause a problem for somebody else further down. So it is having an impact.
Having fun?
Have you got through to whoever you need to?
I've left a voice message with them. It's at 1 bar pressure, so it should be higher than that. The boiler should not be down to just atmospheric pressure. So I think it's straining a bit. I think what you can hear is the pump trying to push all the hot water around. Cause it's not
What's my favourite construction material? Probably hempcrete, but I like the look of stone buildings as well. But hempcrete is worth a good material to look at. And that the best book on that is actually by Stan Wicks and Sparrow, 2014, that I found. Hempcrete, yes.
And you can see why I keep telling her she needs to start an engineering YouTube channel.
And I also need some more hours in the day.
We all do that.
Thank you very much, everyone.
You might want to give your special friend a call. the one you have on, still have a phone contact with, so to make sure there is someone listening for our message. And sorry about that. We have a boiler which appears to have decided that it's not going to be functioning at proper temperature. What embarrassing story did she say? There are enough people asking about embarrassing stories. She could have said an embarrassing story. You never got the embarrassing story. Yeah, there could be there could be a leak or something somewhere. The pressure's been low the whole time. It's been 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 the whole time, and it's now down to 1 bar. That's not good. I'm going to go looking for it later again. Yeah, I think my sister should do an engineering channel. Hello. Hello. You're good, boy. You're good. You think you should do a YouTube channel of how to pat a poodle? I don't think that needs to be a YouTube channel. I think that's more of a book content. Maybe a 3D interactive with you. This is a demonstration. Right. Oh no, but we do have quite a complicated heating system. Anyway, VR virtual reality, pet the poodle. He'd love that. So, when I just said to you, Farragut's been put in command of the Gulf Squadron and what he's deciding to do. Now, why does he pick the USS Hartford? That's always an interesting thing, because as a flag officer picking a flagship, you, even in the US Navy, even in the Spirit, you have options. Hartford's a relatively new ship. She's been launched in 1858, so she's only 4 years old. She's got good engines. The fact that she sinks at a berth in 1956 and is then dismantled and is not preserved is absurd. It truly is absurd, and the fact I am so annoyed. It's another one of those ones which the US government really did let us down. Patting a poodle's OnlyFans. Don't get him started. Don't get him started. Ever since he heard that Maxine the Corky might have an OnlyFans account, he's been wanting one. She had been a flag officer, a flagship before, so she actually has the accommodations aboard. She'd been the flag vessel for the East India Squadron, and she had served in the Orient. She had served in Hong Kong. She has experience, and she's been used to this as well.
As it's the boiler, should I ring British Gas?
Yes, but if they try and you can call them, but it's not that the boiler's functioning. It's just I think there's a leak on the system.
You think it's
There's a leak on the system. I don't think it's a leak over the bathroom, but I think there's a leak somewhere in the system because it's down to 1.1 bar.
So it's a leak on the heating system.
Yes.
Okay. So
I don't think it's the boiler. It's the pumps trying to push the water around because the boiler's under pressure. Yeah. No, the boiler's not going to explode. If you want to, you turn off the boiler off. But, you know, if you want to, you turn the boiler off. But, yeah. No. Yeah, my sister would be absolutely hate it. In the nicest way, my sister talking about flood prevention and flood damage prevention would be absolute terrible for many governments around the world. The whole idea of when my sister starts talking about this is how you work out if you're on a floodplain, and the insurance companies who would hate her. Oh, good Lord. Yes, she was, KVG. She was in that, and she ran the engineering ships. So, yeah. So, Hartford is a good vessel. She's also a well-armed vessel. She's got 20 Dahlgren guns, 9-inch ones. She has a 20-pounder Parrott rifle. And she has some 12-pounder guns. So she has a good mixture of weaponry. She's able to carry a decent amount of crew. She's able to do 13.5 knots on her engines. She's a capable vessel. She's got experience as a flagship. In other words, and put simply, she's a conservative choice, but she's a sensible choice. He's choosing a ship which is going to be reliable and is going to give him, cater him where he needs to go. Stafford, I don't want to get upon me too much, but no, I don't have a smoke machine, but also the system is still technically plumbed and full of water. So, yeah, it's interesting, but we'll check it out. It's a water system. It's full of water at the moment, and it's gone down to one bar. It shouldn't be. It should be about 1.3. That's what it's supposed to be. Now, she was ordered home after when the Civil War broke out. And they were actually worried for a while where she would go. Would she return to the US Navy? You know, when they order these ships home from abroad, there's always a slight fear amongst the central government, among the Washington government, you know, amongst the Federals. Are these ships going to come back? Might these ships go to the South? And if you look at the US Navy, they don't. That's both a good selection of officers, but also probably the fact that the officers become, as said, US Navy. They become far more United States than states. Farragut was not alone amongst naval officers in shouting about treason. When you look at the senior officers of the US Navy, especially, the people who are commanders and captains, and where they go, they tend to stay with the US, with the federal government. Now, she arrives in Philadelphia on the 2nd of December 1861, and she's fitted out for wartime service immediately. And in January, she is given over to be the flagship of Farragut. Now, whilst doing a blockade is the critical thing, and a blockade is certainly what she's there for, they also want to capture, of course, New Orleans. New Orleans is, in many ways, the economic hub. Other than Richmond, Virginia, New Orleans is the next other option. Really is the other option. What is going on, my dogs? Is there a good book on the impact of the senior officers, USN officers staying in the Union and outcomes of the war? Not really. It's one of the things which is often forgotten is that if the US Navy hadn't had access to the senior officers it did have access to, it couldn't have put on the blockade. Especially the squadron leaders, the senior officers, the navigators, those in charge of large ships. Because you can arguably put merchant captains in charge of merchant style ships, so a schooner can be a schooner. But if you're dealing with a larger vessel, especially the way a warship would handle, and let's be honest, there aren't that many marine engineers going around who can do the engine, run the ship's boilers, etc. You need someone who's got experience. It was the corgi having a bit of a hissy fit. The poodle was off the bed. That made the corgi not happy. Now, when you have New Orleans as your target, that's a critical point. You can't, realistically, if you look at a map, you can't threaten Richmond with the US Navy. But whilst the US Army is organising itself and getting itself worked up and trying to get itself into the fighting force it will become, the US Navy is pretty much has retained quite a lot of its pre-war personnel. It's not contained. It's not managed to maintain all of its pre-war infrastructure. And of course, it's lost things like the USS Merrimack/Virginia. But it's they've retained a lot of the naval strength, and they've managed to build up the naval strength quite quickly. Again, thanks to the infrastructure which has been built by Farragut. Honestly, it's unsurprising he makes this case, because he's the one who's managed to keep their arsenal to the level, especially in New York, that they can, and Norfolk, etc., and all these things, that they could move it, and has moved it all around. He's the one who's built up the arsenal facilities for them at Mare Island. All the facilities they need. Mare Island cannot be forgotten. It's one of those key places, which is one of the reasons why that keeps California the way California does, because of the presence and capabilities of Mare Island, because of the legacy that Farragut had built up there, and the reputation and connections Farragut had built up there. See, a lot of people in California didn't know the US government. They had no idea who Lincoln was. But a lot of them knew who Farragut was. And the knowledge that Farragut was on the side of the Union, that Farragut was signing the Federals, that had an impact. Again, we forget about this because, to be honest, these officers, we associate their fame with their performance of what they do during the war. We forget that some of these officers were famous, at least locally famous, in their own times. Farragut is connected with a lot of powerful, influential people in California because of building Mare Island and getting it constructed. A lot of rich, powerful, connected people know Farragut. They have a relationship with Farragut. They have connections with him. If he's telling them, you don't want to do this, they're going to listen to him. They might not go with him, but there might be enough who are persuaded by that argument. Enough that they decide to stay with him. The critical role Farragut's going for, Farragut's arguably being given the absolute plum command, because whilst he's technically there in charge of a blockading squadron, when you consider Gideon Welles, who's a Navy Secretary at the time, says other operations must not be allowed to interfere with the great object in view, the certain capture of the city of New Orleans, that's what he's there for. Now, one of the really fun things is Farragut's captain and flag officer at this point, Commander David Dixon Porter. And remember, David Dixon had recommended Farragut for the post, but Dixon himself was only a commander. This is the joy of the connection he had with the place. It comes down in charge of a flotilla of mortar schooners, which are being towed by steam gunboats. You have mortar ships. Again, it's same technology you've seen at the Battle of Copenhagen. Both 1 and 2 by the Royal Navy. Mortar vessels being brought in. The Royal Navy usually converted coal ships because they had nice, firm hulls. But the US Navy's converted schooners. Why? Because they've got a lot of them in production. Because schooners were also a #1 merchant ship under construction. And they're a fairly good hull. So the thing is, whilst if the US Navy had a choice, they'd have liked to use the collier ships that the Royal Navy used for their mortar vessels, or bomb vessels as the Royal Navy likes to call them, they don't really have a large enough fleet of those available to go and grab them, whereas they do schooners. So they might as well use the schooners. It's cheaper. What you lose in terms of ship hull survivability, ability to take the pounding of firing the mortars, you gain in the fact that the vessel, you can actually afford to buy as many of them as you need. So now, we've got a fleet commanded by Farragut, the eldest stepson, and his senior deputy, the one taking in the force inshore, the swarm, is the son, David Dixon Porter, his adopted brother. The two Davids have joined forces. Dad must have been proud at this point, let's be honest. And again, this is going to be an interesting coordination because you're talking about communication and coordination of family members. As we all know, family members are fun to coordinate. I have my own fun here. You might have noticed that I've now started a policy that if my sister does need me to go and do something during my lives, she gets to take the hot seat. So you don't get left alone. I find that nicer and you get to ask engineering questions. I also find it funny. But we'll leave that to one side. I still can't believe that last time she was trying to type answers in the chat to everyone instead of just talking to the mic. What I love is she does all sorts of teaching online to people. Oh well. I'm going to have to get a proper mic for her office because she currently uses her headset mic and it's terrible. I've heard it. Anyway, so what does Farragut improvise? Well, he has a chat with his senior team. And whilst he's got a fleet there, he's got an issue. He's got the fact that the mud bank at the mouth of each pass, entering Mississippi, is shifting. It's constantly shifting. So each time you're trying to get ships in, the mud bank's in a different place. Eventually, he managed to get everything barring the Colorado. Now, the Colorado was a screw frigate. She was one of the larger vessels, and honestly, she was something which he really would like to have, but by golly, was she annoying to try and get across. She was really annoying to get across, so they weren't going to get her anywhere. Now, they get to the river where the Fort St. Philip and Jackson are stopping their advance. There's also a line of hulks, i.e. ships which are not really in use, which have been emptied of all their valuable stores, connected by chains, trying to block part of the river. Plus the CSS Manassas, an ironclad, and potentially the Louisiana, which was supposed to be another ironclad, unfinished at that time. Plus there's some river steamers as well. Fire rafts were also arranged by the Confederates. So the Confederates have set up what you would call a defense in depth scenario. And Farragut takes his time. Okay? He has managed, he has got there on 20th of February. It's the 16th of April that he has Porter's gunboats move up to engage with the fort's guns. And it's the 18th when they start to really properly engage. They get, first get some fire going on, but not much. And then it's the 18th when they go massively for it, full boom. And then, on the 21st, well, he gets Henry Bell, the fleet captain of the squadron, to do an expedition up the river. Now, why? Why is he doing that? Well, Farragut is deciding to run past the forts because he can. He's noticed the way the river's been moving. Remember, this is a man who has a history of navigation experience, of charting experience. He's been watching the river. He's got his own childhood experience. He's watching it. He's bombarded the forts for days. And then he decides to charge up. And he turns to his captain, who's Henry Bell, his flag captain, and goes, "We go." They cut the chain across the river. And on the 21st of April, and then it's the 24th of April, 3 days later, after continuing the bombardment, that they put up hoist the red lantern. Remember, the Confederates have been going, are they going to come? Are they going to come? Are they going to come? "24th of April. They come. Red lantern on Hartford's mizzen peak. The fleet gets underway and steams through the breach, which has been charted, well charted and checked. As the ships pass the forts, whenever the forts fired, the ships broadsided them. He uses porters, schooners and gunboats, staying at their stations, staying below the southern fortifications, providing rapid fire. So basically, he's told his brother, his adopted brother, "You cover me, and I'm charging in." As they're moving up the river, the Manassas, the ironclad ram, tries to attack it, and also it gets attacked by a firecraft and manages to avoid that. But eventually it gets grounded off Fort St. Philip. At one point, Farragut is described as being the only thing, along with his fleet captain, his flag captain, between them and the ship being sunk, because they are engulfed with a fire from a pontoon for a large portion of the vessel, because of the fire vessel hitting them, another fire vessel hitting them, and the fire from the ships. But they managed to keep on firing their guns to keep bombarding the forts, and they managed to get the fire under control. And eventually she backs free. She withdraws from the bank. And she managed to then get on. So she hits a sandbank and carries on. The only Union vessel to be lost that night would be the USS Varuna, which was a converted merchant vessel. And she's lost to the Confederate River Defense Fleet, those ragtag group of, well, how do I put this politely? Let's call them gunboats, shall we? Converted river steamers. They're an interesting vessel, a group. But the thing is, they pushed past them. They've opened up the path to New Orleans. And that's the critical thing. Farragut led it all personally. He got involved in the firefighting. He got involved in everything aboard his ship. He was commanding the ship, coordinating the fleet as best he could, and personally leading the firefighting attempts himself. Runon, in answer to your question, no, but there's nothing. It's unlikely that my sister would do VTubing, but my mother was more likely than that one. But there is always the possibility that my sister does start her own engineering channel, because I think it will be really good. And her talking about civil engineering would be a lot of fun. And she's a geotechnical civil engineer. So basically, if you want to ask anyone about, is it good to build here? What's the effect of the Earth's tectonics on my construction? What's the effect of soil samples? Is this a floodplain? Is this erosion risk from the sea? All those things. That's what my sister does. She's really, really good at it. As I said, she has led a lot of work on the Isle of Wight. And then, well, he's made it. He's made it to New Orleans. That's the important thing. He's made it to New Orleans. They reach New Orleans pretty darn quickly after that. At 2 p.m. after they've passed the forts on April 25th, Farragut, well, how do I put where should I start this? Okay, so if you consider New Orleans, it's built up. If you go and look at its rivers, and I want to emphasize this, it's built up. The banks of its rivers being built up, everything's been built up. It is a floodplain, but the rivers have been built up. They have huge levees, huge things building them up. And so the ships are actually above the city. And so once they are through the defense of Jackson St. Phillips, the fleet is able to fire down into the streets. Literally, the ships are in a position where they are now... they have the high ground, okay? Farragut has managed to make his fleets into Obi-Wan Kenobi. They have the high ground. They literally have the high ground. And there's no other way I can put that. I've been trying to wrestle this for the last 2 days. How do I describe this? They have the high ground, and there is no chance to pull vote over them. They have the high water, yeah. They're basically blasting out the city. At this point, the Major General Mansfield Lovell, who's in charge of the defense of New Orleans, is loading his troops and supplies onto the railroad and trying to send them to Camp Moore. He's trying to get them everywhere away. But despite this, the citizens of the city try to stand firm. On the April 25th, 1400 hours, 2 p.m. I said, Farragut sends Captain Bailey from the USS Cayuga to accept the surrender of the city. Unfortunately, they tried to be resisted by armed mobs, and the mayor and General Lovell refused to surrender. They even pulled down a Union flag which had been raised over the U.S. Mint, the former U.S. Mint, by the Marines of the USS Pensacola. Farragut didn't bother to do anything, though. He moved up the river to deal with fortifications north of the city. And then on the 29th of April, he personally, with 250 Marines from the Hartford, landed, removed the Louisiana state flag from the city hall, and stood there and went, "So you've played hardball with my captains. What do you feel about playing hardball with me?" And a lot of people decided, okay, so that gentleman's about 61 years old, right? Yes. He's been going to sea for 50-odd years? Yes. He looks a bit tough. Should we do something else? And so on the 1st of May, when Butler arrives, and he likes to claim he conquered New Orleans, he walks up with an army of 5,000 and goes, I met no resistance. I have conquered New Orleans. So Butler walks up with 5,000 troops and declares he's conquered it. But this is after 250 Marines and one US Navy captain have looked at one US Navy flag officer, I correct myself, have looked at him and gone, so, anyone want to do this? I don't know if he did manage to keep the state flag. I don't know if he did keep it personally himself. I wouldn't be surprised. But there are pictures of it, of the event, and quite literally, there is the Marine standing in a row, there's the Marine up there removing the flag, and then there's Farragut standing off to one side on his own, looking at the crowd going, anyone wanna? Anyone feeling like playing with us? Anyone want to play with this one? Let me put it this way. There are, to my mind, there are 2 officers who've done that in history, have literally looked at people like that and managed to pull it off. One of them is Farragut. The other one is Admiral Duncan. There is a reason why there's a Royal Navy destroyer today called HMS Duncan. There is a reason why Duncan is one of those, one of the admiral names which comes up most often in Royal Navy ship naming. Because of what Duncan did to, Admiral Duncan famously did to some gentlemen who were mutinying on his ship. In the Nor and, what's it called? The Nor, what's the other mutiny as well? It's the Nor mutinies basically, but there's another one as well, which I've forgotten the name of off the top of my head. Dang, that's annoying. But pretty much, yeah, that's the energy that Farragut was channeling. Yonai also, we could argue Yonai, but Yonai is more interesting to argue because we're not quite sure whether he did it or his reputation did it alone. That's the thing. Is it him? Is it his reputation? Is it the reputation of the person who's been sent as his chauffeur? Yes, Farragut is the torpedoes guy. Excuse me, there. Yeah, so this is Farragut is a character. Certainly a character. Now, the thing is, for Butler, he turns command of New Orleans and the area into basically his joyous way to earn his money. And, yeah, he had been really annoying, but sending him there was, useful. It's useful to have him there. The thing is, for Hartford, her career hadn't finished. Eventually, he got orders on the 30th of May, so basically, after Butler arrives, Farragut takes one look at Butler and goes, don't fancy that. I'll sail up and see what I can do to try and clear the river upstream. He even goes up to Vicksburg. And he has a look at Vicksburg. Interesting enough, Vicksburg, they respond to him as Commodore Farragut and Brigadier General Butler. And he reaches Vicksburg, has a look at the fortress of Vicksburg, which is mounted on the bluff, and realizes his ships can't elevate high enough to fire at them back. Porter's might be able to, but his can't. So he withdraws the ships downstream. He leaves he leaves gunboats up there to blockade them so they can't go anywhere south. But he goes south himself. Once he reaches New Orleans, he's been directed to go and join the Western Flotilla. And he calls Porter's mortar schooners immediately, because that's what he needs. And then he takes his ships up to siege Vicksburg. That's pretty much. He's come down with the great thing about Farragut is he's already made up his mind what he's going to do. He's going to go back. He's going to get Porter's mortar boats, because if he goes down there, he can guarantee to get hold of them, and he can take them. If he takes them up to Vicksburg, he'll work. And he arrives in New Orleans and goes, "Woohoo! My orders match what I'm doing anyway. It's brilliant." Now here, this leads to some fun, because the siege of Vicksburg is interesting, and technically supposed to be under command of Flag Officer Davis, who's technically supposed to be in command of the Western Flotilla. But when Farragut arrives, Davis basically comes up to him and goes, "I'm in charge," and Farragut sort of looks at him and goes, "Really? That's news." To someone. Anyway. But the thing is, by this point, Farragut's brought the fleet that's actually there is all Farragut's fleet, pretty much, and under Farragut's command. So whilst Davis is claiming I'm in charge, there's like 2 vessels there which are actually responding to his instructions. All the rest wait for Farragut to tell them what to do. So it's kind of the case of, I'm in charge. Really? How cute. How do I put this? I forget the program, but there's the name of the program, but there's a series where you have a criminal mastermind called Raymond. It's American television. Or uses the name Raymond. I think. And is more apt for him. And he always had the idea that he's about 10 steps ahead of the FBI handlers. And it's the same here. Blacklist, yes, that's the program. Raymond Reddington, yeah. And it's the same in this situation. It's Davis, I'm in charge. Kind of like the FBI officer in every episode. And also White Collar is another good example, whereas in FBI and there's a basically it's a standard dupe and a criminal let's be honest, he's an informant. There's the FBI officer going, I'm in charge. Yeah, right. The thing is, technically, this is so he's 10 steps ahead of his own command. He's technically someone who's supposed to be. He's supposed to be reporting to the Western Fleet. The instructions are written enough. It's he's directed to join the Western Flotilla, not necessarily submit to its command. Anyway, once Farragut gets there and has Porter there, Porter, of course, comments that ships can't crawl up for hills 300 feet high. And that part must be taken by the army. Farragut's not sure about this. But what Farragut does is he leaves Porter there because, frankly, even Porter's taking no notice of Davis, and Davis is a fairly decent chap, but honestly, at this point, he's not really adding anything to the command. And Farragut just goes, well, you start some bombardment. I'm going down to New Orleans to, prepare for further operations, i.e. refit my ship. And that's what he does. He goes down to New Orleans in November. It's at this point that he starts to hear about Port Hudson in Louisiana. And in March 1863, well, Farragut, in the Hartford and six other ships, decides, I'm going to try and run these batteries, things like Port Hudson. They find the fire quite heavy and accurate. Only a Hartford herself and the Albatross, which was next to it, actually lashed alongside it. Actually managed to run the gauntlet of the guns. Now, this was actually quite worrying for the Confederates, because you might think, well, hang on, we've got the flagship and we've got its commanding officer with only one escorting ship trapped on a portion of the Mississippi. But the trouble is, they're trapped in a portion of the Port Hudson to Vicksburg. So you might have the Port Hudson forts. You might have Vicksburg forts. But the trouble is, in between that now, you can't use that river. You can't use that river for moving goods. And when you consider the importance of the rivers and the canals and all these things to movement of goods, the whole point of having the fort is to try and to maintain control of the river. You've lost control of it. Now, control is firmly. The Union might not be able to use it, but you can't. They control it. And then, of course, General Grant shows up, and that's rather useful, because when Porter, using the night, manages to head past the Vicksburg batteries on the 16th of April, Grant marches his troops overland. And they manage to encircle quite quickly Vicksburg, and eventually the fortress surrenders on the 4th of July. And that's largely thanks to what Farragut was getting up to and his force, because they are facilitating it. Now, I will point out that at this point, Farragut is now a rear admiral, because flag officer, whilst they tried to keep flag officer, they haven't promoted those things. But he's still doing quite well. He was supposed to do quite a lot of these operations in concert with Nathaniel Banks, but honestly, how do I put this? His relationship with Banks was interesting, to say the least. He found Banks a bit of a feckless commander, excuse the French. He didn't really consider him capable. And seems to have... there's often discussion of... He was supposed to do an attack on Port Hudson. The plan was to attack. They'd pass it while Banks was attacking on 8 a.m. on the March 15th. But the tides were better, in Farragut's opinion, on March the 14th in the evening. He told Banks this. Banks didn't agree. He said, all things organised for 8 a.m. And Farragut decides, well, frankly, I'm going without it, because I'm going it's best for the ships. The point is to get the ships, and that's partly the reason why the ships were able to... Ships that got past. The funny thing is that Vicksburg actually surrendered before Port Hudson did. And when that fell, well, the Mississippi was now cut in bit too. And that's his 1863, really up. But by 1864, he's headed for the Battle of Mobile Bay in Alabama. Pretty much, when he's now got control of the Mississippi River, and he's got control of New Orleans, the next part of this was to go for Mobile. If you look at the time period, you look at the period we're talking about, when we're looking at what we're talking about in terms of its capability, in terms of its value, Mobile is what you all want after New Orleans. Mobile is important. It is a critical place. It is a critical juncture. It's also where the USS Alabama is, if you want to go see her. She's, again, one of those ships which I would love to do a tour of the United States and go and look at all their preserved ships, because they do have some wonderful preserved ships, but, you know, that's going to be for a day when I have a lot more funding. Or when, I don't know, when the YouTube channel has managed to make it to, I don't know, 50,000 subscribers, and I am basically going, woohoo! But that's another time. With what was going on, with going to Mobile, that's going to be the next big thing, because if you've lost New Orleans, then you've got to concentrate forces to try and defend Mobile. The thing is, you've lost New Orleans, so you've lost a critical point. But Mobile is the next point you can actually make anything of. Slowly, he starts to move forces in that direction. The command of the flag captain of Hartford is now under command of Percival Drayton, and Farragut takes a fleet consisting of 4 ironclad monitors and 14 wooden, mostly screw vessels, to go and do what he needs to do at Mobile. Now, the Battle of Mobile Bay, and that was fun. The Battle of Mobile Bay is the most famous battle of Farragut's. It's where he says, "Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead." With Mobile having become the centre for blockade running, for all things to try and keep the Confederate economy actually going, it's a natural place to go to. And when he gets, after he's taken New Orleans, please go take Mobile. Again, one of the fun things is, as said, after he's taken New Orleans, he's already going up the river. He comes back to New Orleans, he finds orders to tell him to go to, orders to go up the river, which he'd already been doing. When he comes back to New Orleans after they've taken the Mississippi, and he's preparing his ships and organising and telling them they're already going to Mobile, that's when he gets orders, please go to Mobile. Woohoo! Farragut just must be having a wonderful time, because every time he's already planning and organising stuff, that's when they're giving orders. Oh, go do this. Oh, I was going to do that anyway, thank you. Now, the Confederates had really done the best they could to improve the defences of Mobile. They had forts. They had some sidewheel gunboats. The Selma, the Morgan and the Gaines. They also had the Tennessee, which is probably one of their better ironclad rams. And the fact is, the Tennessee's under the command of Catesby ap Roger Jones. Catesby ap Roger Jones, who is the guy who commanded the Virginia, aka the Merrimack, in its duel with the Monitor. So, yeah. Admittedly, he'd taken over after Buchanan had been injured, but he was a good officer to have in charge. And this was useful. There's also the fact that Buchanan himself, the guy who'd been in command of, at first, of the Virginia, was the admiral in charge of the flotilla at Mobile. So they've got a lot of capability there. They're basically, as much capability as they could, they have put there. As much capability as they could, they have put there. And Buchanan is a good example, as he's one of the few USN officers who joins the South. In fact, Buchanan's kind of funny because he resigns his commission in 1861 because he believes Maryland will eventually succeed. Then when Maryland doesn't succeed, he tried to recall his resignation. And Gideon Welles said, frankly, I don't want you. And that's why Buchanan goes to join the Confederacy. Not because he really wants to join. It's the most weird thing, because, you see, he leaves the Navy because he believes his state's going to secede. Then when his state doesn't secede, he goes, I'll rejoin the Union Navy. The Union Navy goes, no, frankly, you were going to get rid of us. We don't want you. And he goes, oh, you don't want me? I'm going to go join the Confederates then. That's Buchanan for you. Yes?
Spoke to British Gas.
Yes?
They said switch the boiler off.
Okay, that'll be me then. Do you want to take this while I go switch it off? Sorry, got to go turn the boiler off.
They're going to be between 8 and 1. You can't get the Trident.
So will Trident be?
Will they?
Yeah.
Somebody's texted you from Trident.
Yeah. Go on, you go chat with them.
Oh, she's back again. This is what change. Again, I don't know. I'm getting a little fed up with boilers that don't do what they're supposed to do. Story. What? About a boiler that's not working? Story. Aggressively. Okay. Hempcrete is it's a bit like concrete, but it's not. It's not like concrete. It's made from the plant hemp, and it forms a similar structure to concrete, but it's more environmentally friendly. Yes, I'm subbing for Alex. Yes, I'm subbing for Alex at the moment. And you will notice that both boys are now quiet because they've both been put down in their beds. So they're both happy. So the canine brigade are happy. So that's them sorted for the night. Well, for a little while anyway. Natural fibre, yeah. Did you bring any pasties? No, I haven't. The pasties are in the thing. Fern Ballant Belt Project. I haven't heard of that one, but I will go and Google it. Yes, it is. It is better. Hempcrete is good for thermal insulation. It's good. It's brilliant for everything. It is a. I haven't looked too much into Roman concrete, but I always told the students that Roman concrete is what concrete was round for the Romans. In fact, the technician used to, when he was making the concrete, he used to spend a long time talking about the fact the Romans did it, whilst also explaining to them why he'd put the reinforcement cages like they have. Where do they grow hemp? It's grown in fields. It's a plant. It's also got other names. It's hemp is used for all sorts of things, but they've just suddenly realised that. How long do I estimate they will take them to prepare the Bridgewater Canal? I don't know. I haven't seen the issues, so I don't know. And it depends on the issues. It also depends where they get the financing, the rights to get to where it is, how heavily used the canal is, and how many people want to get down there, and how much damage it's in. What's an embarrassing story? Alex, an embarrassing stories is good. I don't know. I've got embarrassing stories. There's a little bit of an age gap. From light construction. I've seen an interesting new one for light construction. I've seen some screw piles. That was when I was at London Build. That looked quite good. Yeah, it is. Yes, industrial I'm just being told no embarrassing stories, and the competency of the contractors. Yes. But the screw piles, isn't it? Jute's different to hemp. Jute is used sometimes to keep things warm on construction sites. She's just not daft enough to tell them. No. Yes. Okay. Drat. Trying to think who would tell the embarrassing stories. I can think of people who would tell embarrassing stories, but yes, it depends if they're on the chat or not. No. You're just trying to wind him up now. It's coarse in the hemp. Yes, it's a rope thing. But jute is also used when you're trying to keep concrete warm, because if it's cold, you've got to keep it warm. Sometimes they cover it. And it depends if it's on a fault line. If it's on a fault line, it may collapse. Yeah, she probably could. Yeah. It is good.
Gas all off.
Gas is off, so I'm now relieved of my
Hive is turned off, gas is off, everything's off.
Thank you very much. I leave boilers to him.
There you go. Keys. Hello, everyone. All right. Yes.
I didn't say any embarrassing stories.
Huh?
I did talk about hempcrete.
You talked about hempcrete. Oh, good lord. They're learning extra.
I want to go into embarrassing stories. I didn't tell them how you got hooked on iron brew.
Yeah, it's good not to. So. Someone wrote and they would go, yeah, basically, when it comes in this house, we have clear demarcations of who does what. When it's the heating system, when it's the networks, when it's anything to do with electrics, that's my area. If it's woodwork, that's my area. If it's the gardening, build, and anything to do with, because believe it or not, my sister won't tell you this, she's really good at mixing and making concrete. She is absolutely spectacular at doing that, and there's a debate between the two of us of who's better at laying brick. She would claim I was. I would tell you that she's slightly better than me in laying brick, but that's both because we like to we like to have the other one do it. So yeah, hempcrete chips. Oh, that could be fun. Garden benches hurt us. Don't remind her, please. Don't remind her, Jonathan. Anyway, so when you have these ships, when you have the Hartford, and we have all these things produced together, put together for the Battle of Mobile Bay, it's, they've got an interesting force put together, but they're against an interesting force. They're against one of the more capable forces. Buchanan wanted 8 armoured vessels. He got none. And one of the interesting things about honestly, the Confederate Navy is, I would say it's the quality of resources and officers they get, because they're looking at it constantly. We can put these ships here and it's a defensive asset for the bay. Now, yes, there is an argument you can do blockade running, etc. But the thing is, you're not going to be able, as long as the Union fleet can blockade you, as long as they can blockade you, and they control the sea, they have maneuver from the sea, they have the asset of sea control, and they can make use of it. You're in trouble, aren't you? You can't do much. And this is the real lesson here. Because the thing is, even if Farragut had lost the ships to his fleet, they'd have been replaced, and there would be more coming behind them. And there's nothing the Confederates could do it. They are not building fleets. They are not building warships to take to the sea. Their ironclad rams, which they're building in the UK, are probably the closest they have to that possibility. And those, of course, are gazumped by the British government in a classic case of the British waiting for them to pay it, and then going, whoop, nope, those are ours. The Royal Navy has history of doing this. The fact is, he had plans for all sorts of fleets, did Buchanan, and he didn't get most of them. And he knew he needed them because he had enough of a professional relationship with Farragut to know that he was likely to be facing a very tough officer. One of the interesting things I do love, though, about the US Navy and their creation of the Rear Admiral rank, and is they actually have officers put onto the retired list. And it's, again, a classic Royal Navy methodology of, so, you're a interesting captain. Yeah. We're going to promote you to Rear Admiral. Thank you. Retired. What do you mean? You're going to the Yellow Squadron. But, no. Seniority requires you be promoted to a Rear Admiral. That's fine. We're happy with seniority. We don't want you to actually be in charge of anything. This is one of the things I do wonder about Beatty if he'd been in an earlier time. Would he have gone to the Yellow Squadron, the Red Squadron, the Blue Squadron, or the White Squadron? Which do we think? I'd always hoped the Yellow Squadron, but I doubt it. Because he was young enough that he'd been promoted that he's probably going to be trusted with one of the other squadrons. Ay, caramba. Now, the ships he has, Hartford, Brooklyn, Richmond, and Oneida, they had fought battles on the Mississippi. They'd been part of the West of the Gulf blockading squadron from the beginning. They were his core ships. He also had the Kenneth and Ithaca, which had been with him since New Orleans. He had the Galena. And he had some very interesting ships called double enders. Now, if you look up the ships, basically Metacomet has the best pictures about her and the best description of her realistically. But
what we're talking about is really sidewheel ships. They are sidewheel ships. And they're useful gunboats. They're called Sacros class gunboats. And they're useful ships. If you want to look them up, they are pretty cool. And so he's got a mixed bag. He's also, of course, got more than that. Because he also has 4 monitors. He has the Manhattan and the Tecumseh, which are Kanakris class monitors, and basically improved monitor. They have single turret but 2 large guns. And he also has the Chickasaw and the Winnebago. Yeah, I'm calling it the Winnebago. I know that's not what it was supposed to pronounce, but it does sound like it is spelt like Winnebago, and it sounds like Winnebago when you say it, so I'm just going to call it the Winnebago, okay? And they are twin-turreted river monitors. They have a lighter draft than Manhattan and Tecumseh, but they mount 4 guns, although those are smaller, but they have 2 turrets. So he has 4 of these sort of monitors, 2 sort of improved, sort of sea-going. I really wouldn't want to be at sea in them. Honestly, you could not pay me enough money to go to sea in a monitor. I would look at that and go, I choose life. It's kind of like people who sign up to spend months at sea in a submarine. I have no qualms with being in a submarine. That's never going to worry me. Going to sea for months in a submarine, you would not be able to pay me enough to do that. That's really not what I want to do. Strangely enough, spaceship, I don't have the same thing. I don't know what it is. I think it's probably because I like the thought of my insides being the thought of traveling through space is attractive enough. It overwhelms the idea of having to spend the entire time in a steel box with no openings outside that I can go and shout at if I find the people annoying. But yes, the fact is, he also, though, has a very different officer to command the army. He has Major General Edward Richard Sprigg Canby. And they have an idea. Now, admittedly, their plans keep being undercut by Grant, who keeps going, I want more troops in Virginia! I want more troops in Virginia! And so he reduces his force, and they end up with 2,000 troops. They have plans, though. They have plans. They have naval forces, they have the ability to do amphibious forces, and so they can do that. They decide that what they're going to do is not to take on the things like the largest fort, but to take things like Dauphin Island. Now, Dauphin Island, if you don't know about Mobile, it's not really going to help you much. I'm going to do what I normally do. I'm going to put up Google Maps. So. Now, if I go to that and I go, oh yes, please take Google Maps, and I do that. It's giving away all sorts of information and details, probably.
Oh, right. So, this is Dolphin Island. Right. Okay. This one. And their view is if they can take that, because this is Mobile Bay, this is where Mobile is. If you can take this, because of the way the water runs, you pretty much have blockaded it. Nowadays, there's a lovely bridge across it. But there wasn't always. And if you can take this, that gives you an advantage. Hey, look, they've taken New Orleans, they've taken all this place up here and all the way up Mississippi. But now they're going after Mobile. He's doing this area, basically. He's making sure the economic heart of the Confederate States isn't going to work. So what they do, and what their plan is to do, is to try and take the island. So they land 15 miles west of the fort, instead of Fort Gaines, with Farragut's forces protecting them. Once they start entrenching themselves around Fort Gaines, that's when the fleet starts to move. Unfortunately, there are problems. Granger is ready to move his ship. Granger, and there's also a bit of a change in command. Well, how do I put this? The troops in command are, the person in command of the ground force at this point is Granger. If I explain it in terms of the army, Canby is the commander of the military division of West Mississippi who's come to plan. But the force he's sent there is under the command of Major General Gordon Granger. So Canby has agreed everything with Farragut, but Canby hasn't turned up himself. He sent Granger. Not necessarily sure that I can understand it, but it's not necessarily the most helpful, because if a senior officer has agreed stuff as a co-equal command and then isn't actually at the battle to organise things, then you have the fact that what's been agreed between the two. Granger, who's in command of the forces, wants to launch an attack on August the 3rd, but Farragut wants to wait till the Tecumseh arrives. She'd been delayed at Pensacola. Unfortunately, whilst this debate is going on, the army decides that, well, the Navy actually wants us to go, so we're going to go. And they land, but the Confederates are able to rush additional forces to Fort Gaines on Dauphin Island. The interesting thing is, and please notice, those reinforcements don't change the battle. They really don't. In fact, they make things worse for the Confederates, because you know that rule about not reinforcing a losing position? If you've got an island which is going to be surrounded by a superior fleet which you can't interfere with, you're going to lose forces there. So the thing is, you want to hold that island with as much force as you need to make it as painful as possible for the enemy to take, but not so many forces going to be critical to you to lose. You rush reinforcements out to the island, what have you done? You've made it more critical to lose. And it actually does end up working in the advantage of Farragut as well, because it sort of adds to his arguments for why he held his fleet back. Well, we gave them time to reinforce. And this is why people overlook it. It goes from being a failure of communication to a great strategy. The Confederates were lulled into reinforcing. It's brilliant.
And then the Tecumseh turns up. And at this point, it's August the 4th. Actually, fellas, for Mobile is pretty much the only place which actually has some defences and actually has some troops worth calling it that. Mainly because it has the industry and infrastructure to support those personnel themselves. There is no logistics, there is nothing coming from anywhere, but the local forces are actually quite good. And being quite well run and quite well organised. They have, as said, not just in the case of the varsity team in terms of the naval forces in like Buchanan, etc. They have other capabilities there. So Mobile is actually, it is a big thing. And if you can take Mobile, that's going to be another nail in the CSA's in the Confederate States coffin. And yeah, pretty much all what's left, but that's all they had, what's left. Yes, basically, the thing is, everything that's left is in Mobile. So you take it, you take out the remainder of their forces. So whilst, yes, Sherman's done all his work and all those things, the thing is, what's been left is there. So you take it, you crush the last resistance in that part of them, you crush the last sort of actually sensible centre of resistance and viable centre of resistance of the Confederacy. Not necessarily, because sometimes, fellas, if you want to win a war, you need to be seen to have won the war. There is the whole thing that comes up with Germany after World War I, because the Allies didn't step foot on German soil, sort of thing. They were stabbed in the back by politicians. And there's quite a reasonable argument made by a fair number of people who specialise in the psychology of war, that if the Allies had actually made sure they'd marched into Germany before they'd agreed the peace treaty, if they'd been pushed in and pushed forward and done what they'd been planning on doing, the various operations up the coast, etc., and just across the board, that would have had a very different impact on the German psyche. There was also the possibility it could have caused the Germans to fight longer, but it also could have caused Germany to break apart and all sorts of things. But the thing is, they would not have had the psyche that instead of it being the lost cause psyche, the CSA might think they were just stabbed in the back by the Virginians. Yeah, you're right. I'm not arguing with you that you're wrong in terms of it's just a matter of time at this point, but it's a case of they're doing these things because they need the Confederates to understand they've been defeated and to make sure they knew they'd be defeated. Plus, there's never any guarantees in war. So, yeah. So, with a full force, he's capable. He decides to form the force up into a couple of columns. So the monitors would form a column and they would lead into the bay. They would be sitting on as close to Fort Morgan as they could on what? Now, please note, on the starboard side, right-hand side of the channel. So to be on the starboard side, the right side of the channel as they're going in. The rest of the ships, the vessels like the Hartford, they would be on a separate column. And they would be on the port side of the monitors. The idea was that the armoured ships would shield their sisters from some of the fire. They'd be more likely to draw the ire of the Confederates, and they would take the damage. And if something like the Tennessee tried to involve itself, then the monitors would be in position to move to attack it, while the remaining ships would concentrate on the gunboats. That's Farragut's plan, broadly speaking. And you have to remember, in this time, Farragut doesn't have the same deputies he did at New Orleans. Porter's off doing what he needs to do. Farragut is looking at his fleet and trying to work everything out. In fact, the accounts of Farragut in terms of this battle, because of the smoke and the issues that you were getting because of all the fire, he actually climbs up the ship's rigging into a place we'd call the futtock shrouds, which are the highest level, the futtock shrouds of the main top. So if ever you've seen ship's rigging, you'll notice there are various positions where the ropes come together on the rigging, and then it goes up even more. So he's as high as he pretty much can get in the rigging, in the ropey part, and the crew basically, how do I put this politely? And I keep using the word basically this evening. I don't know why I'm using it quite so much, but I am using it a lot. I do apologize. They go a senior NCO type gentleman who has served with Farragut for many years goes up after him and ties him on. It works. Now, as they are pushing through, and it's a tough battle. It's a hard battle. Dawn of August the 5th, the tide's running in, and Farragut, because of the tide running in, he can do something else. He can order the ships to reduce the pressure in their boilers. And there's a good reason for doing that. If he does that, this is a good reason to wait for the tide to be running in to do this, because he's going to help them keep speed up without the boilers being so high pressure. So if they're hit, they won't go off like a bomb. Oh, that's... And for us, it's completely understandable, and it's one of the things I enjoy doing the US Civil War, because I've talked about in the past. The reason I like to do a lot of Civil War stuff and these things is because I taught it at school in the UK in A level. I taught the US Civil War. I taught UK Civil War, the War of the Four Kingdoms, the UK Civil War, and I like to teach them because there's a lot of sources. And it's something which I can get the students into, and I can have them doing accents, and I can show them some very good movies and videos and things, and a lot of interactive resources, because the Americans do a lot about it. So it's useful. It's something easy for me to... It's one of those things I find annoying about the BBC, is they don't really do enough, in my opinion, but we'll leave that to one side. They're doing as much as their teams can. I know that is just the way the funding works in the BBC. So with that precaution taken... and a nice southwest breeze that would hopefully carry the smoke from their fleet and into the artillery and the Fort Morgan, hopefully, but there's so much smoke, it still means that Farragut has to go up a mast to be able to see what's going on. They start to approach the fleet. They start to approach their target. Brooklyn's at the front, and she's at the front because she has 4 chase guns which can fire forward. Second ship in line, Hartford. This is of the sailing ships group. The monitor group is Tecumseh, Manhattan, Winnebago, and Chickasaw. Now, Brooklyn is also in the front because she has what Farragut refers to as a cow catcher for removing mines. It's a lovely idea. It's a lovely idea, but it is interesting, and we'll talk about how successful they were in this battle as things go on, because, well, the Confederate ships immediately start to respond. They try to intercept the fleet before it hits the minefield, which I wouldn't have done. If I'd been my view would have been use the minefield to force the Union fleet into channels, and then fire into those channels. So force them into basically into killing zone. But instead, the Confederates decide to come and attack before they reach the minefield. Okay. They do that. At 6:47 hours, Tecumseh fires and the forts reply, and that's the starting of the battle. She's firing at the fort zone. Because the enemy are positioned in front of them, only the Brooklyn can fire at the Confederate ships. So the Union ships are all concentrating on the fort. They're all trying to blast away the fort. And the fort's trying to blast away as much as it can, but honestly, most of the damage done to the Union ships are done by the Confederate vessels. So despite their charging in, that's what's doing the most of the damage. When the Tecumseh spots the Tennessee, her orders were, of course, to go and engage it. So, whilst they'd also been ordered to stay east of the minefield, he decided to try and take his vessel directly across the minefield. Yeah. A very brave officer, but very silly. The moment he did, she had a torpedo go off underneath her, and she sank within about 150 seconds. There's arguments of 2 to 3 minutes, but it's less than 150 seconds is what most people agree. Only 21 out of the 114 crew are saved, and her commander, Tunis A.M. Craven, he died, so we don't know why he decided to disregard the orders to stay east of the minefield. He was following his orders to go and engage the Tennessee the moment you spot her, but you weren't supposed to charge across the minefield to do it. Now, at this point, hello to Philosopher's Cat. At this point, seeing the ship get damaged across the van or go down, the captain, James Alden of the Brooklyn, which was at the front, well, he's confused because he was supposed to stay on the port side of monitors, and now his monitors that he was playing on the port side of has gone. So, what should he do? He signals Farragut for instructions, and Farragut, to be fair to him, doesn't signal back, shoot your captain. You have to be honest with Farragut. That is a good point. He doesn't signal back, shoot your captain. I could imagine certain other officers in the Royal Navy history, and even US Navy history, would have wanted to do that at this point, but he didn't. The torpedoes, by the way, in this period are unpropelled mines. They are literally mines which are held certainly below the water, hence they're called a torpedo. They're basically a form of mine. And Farragut just goes, I'm not stopping, we're being fired at. He has the conversation with Captain Percival Drayton, who goes, what happened to them? What happens to the Tecumseh? Torpedoes, sir. And this is when he mutters his word. Damn the torpedoes! Full speed ahead! And basically, this is also instructed to go round the Brooklyn and take the lead of the column. He's not stopping, because if you stop your ships before a minefield, off to the one side of a minefield, in the direct killing zone of the guns of a fort and the Confederate fleet, you're going to get killed. You're going to get the fleet killed. And if you try and withdraw, you're going to get the fleet killed. You literally cannot do that. Your only option is to go forward. And his option is either to ram the Brooklyn, which is one of his own ships, and push it, or all of the captain's shot, and all of or to go round and lead the fleet. He chooses what I would consider the better leadership option. Don't kill your subordinate for being an idiot. That's a problem which happens occasionally. Just get rid of them after the battle's over. Doing the job. And goes round. And he's setting the example. He's leading from the front. Oh, there's the nicest way I would argue Jellicoe at the Battle of Jutland. There's a couple options where he could have said down the torpedoes full speed ahead. Those battle turns, probably the second one, but yeah, those are options. The thing is, with Jellicoe, we can say that in hindsight because we know what the Germans were doing. With him, I can understand why he makes the decision he does, because he's not being, in the nicest way, he could lose. He's the only guy who could lose the war in an hour. And one of the fun things is Farragut knows his munitions. He's seen the Tecumseh blow up some mines. And he reckons the other mines, which have been there for quite a long time, because mostly were laid when he first arrived, weeks ago, that they'll all be too flooded to be effective. And the Tecumseh has probably taken out the ones which were working. So he charges straight into the minefield where the Tecumseh had been. In true definition, that every ship can be a minesweeper once. And guess what? Gets through. Using his experience and knowledge as having been a munitions man. Remember, back in the Norfolk Navy Yard, he'd been assistant director in charge of munitions, and what he'd done at Mare Island. He knew his munitions. He went, they won't be working. Let's go. And the ships follow him. Instead of being a monitor in front, instead of it being a Brooklyn, which has this cow catcher in front, which is supposed to... No, it's the Hartford at the front, with Farragut charging through. He's been cut down, and it's down on the deck at this point in charging of things. Well... The thing that's really fun is a lot of sailors, as they're doing, report hearing clicks as they're going through. The torpedo detonators were basically pressure-activated devices. And so you'd hear a click, and then they should go boom. Lots of sailors report hearing them, officers report hearing them, but none of them go boom. They go straight through. Thank you, X3D. I hope you enjoyed the book, if you've seen it. And yeah, so they get through. And unfortunately, at this point, then Tennessee has real trouble, because this thing can do 13.5 knots at full power. She's not full power because the boiler's not at full pressure. But she's still fast enough that the Tennessee, trying to ram the Union vessels, can't. And so Farragut turns around and goes, Metacomet. All those lovely, fast, small gunboats I talked about, those small vessels which I told you to look up, and I will actually put a picture of one up. Let's put up the Metacomet because she's cute. Ba ba da bam bam ba. Metacomet. Where did I save her? I've got her saved somewhere. There she is. Oh, that's a big image. That immediately goes massive. It's gonna be a massive image. Gonna have to shrink that down before it goes live. Yes, Hartford does have a tragic end, and frankly, the US government is responsible for it. This is the Metacomet. They are cute little vessels. They are cute. I know people find it weird when I call ships cute, but they are. It's a Sassacusa class gunboat, and they are cute. I love them. They look so cute. They do. I find it. I don't think any of them survived from the Civil War, as far as I can see, and I find that terribly cruel. They are side wheelers, and they are cute as anything. They're just so cute. Anyway, So he basically lets them free. He lets them go free and goes, "You go attack, go attack the small ships and the Selma and the other gunboats that that Buchanan has placed his faith in. They go round them up. They beach themselves to get away from them. They have all sorts of problems because these little ships go and hunt them down. They are nippy. They are violent. They are firepower personified in a little form." They are the Black Swan class sloops equivalents of "we will hunt down a gunboat and it will be ours." And that's what they do. And as this is going on, well, Farragut is hunting Tennessee. Yeah, he's hunting her himself. I know, he's supposed to be letting the monitors deal with her, but frankly, he's not that kind of guy. He's not that kind of leader. He had expected Buchanan to try and shelter, and while his ships were past it, and then attack. But no, Buchanan decides to attack the fleet signal handling. Bravery of the Confederacy going around, but also Buchanan and Farragut is similarly hunting it. The trouble is there are 3 monitors. And she is also, the Tennessee is slow enough that the Federal ships can outpace her. And the sloop, this to the extent that the Federal sloops, the ships which he's supposed to be ramming, managed to ram him. This includes the Monongalia, which is fitted with an iron shield ram. She has literally been fitted up with a ram bow to do the job. Farragut must have been so happy when he seen her. I'm so surprised he wasn't aboard her himself. Whilst they're fighting away, the Tennessee's armor is causing all their shots to bounce off, but Tennessee's issues with her own supplies, she has very bad quality powder, and just creates constant misfires, and the fact she's getting rammed. And she's been round to the point at which she's been almost motionless. And then Chickasaw and Manhattan take up position. Manhattan sort of slightly to the front, Chickasaw slightly to the aft. And they're just blasting away at the ship. And eventually, they manage to start bending the iron shields and shattering the oak backing. So the armor which they've used, which they've improvised, which is not that big a difference to HMS Warrior, which is teak backing up iron. This is iron backed by oak. It wasn't seasoned oak though. In answer to the question about Tecumseh Night, it's they don't really have much space in between. That's going to give them strength. They are already underwater. The mine will blast a big enough hole, and it could have been multiple mines. There's always often a discussion about that one, and frankly, yeah, no reserve buoyancy because she's already quite low in the water, and the water floods into, let's say, an engine room space or a magazine space, and that's a big space, and she's gone. It wouldn't be, but have a look at the subdivision on the monitors. They're not really they don't really have enough subdivision. Buchanan at this point picks up a broken leg. And eventually they manage to surrender. And they surrender after 3 hours. And this means the fleet is gone. At this point, the Confederate Navy is no more of a problem. There is nothing there. And Farragut can start focusing in on the forts. So he sends Chickasaw to go and start making Fort Powell's life a bit of a misery. He sends other vessels to go and assist Fort Gaines. Unfortunately for the Confederates, their commanders at this point start really mucking them about. At Fort Powell, there's a classic example is Lieutenant Colonel Williams. He asks his commander, General Page, for instructions, and the trouble is, it's instructions which would have... how do I put this? Let me read the instructions out. When no longer tenable, save your garrison. Hold out as long as you can. The thing is with a phrase such as hold out as long as you can, and when no longer tenable, save your garrison, is that if you've got troops who are full of the vim and vigour and know they're going to win the war, they'll fight forever. If you've got troops who already, as you already discussed, and that's a good thing with fellows for bringing it up, and why I did have a discussion with him as well, about Tecumseh's, William Tecumseh Sherman's march into, across the South, etc. Well, the troops are already sure they're defeated. They've got news coming out of Virginia, they've got news coming from everywhere else, they know there are problems coming. Thank you, Foxo. And so, yeah, that they are now, they're going to withdraw. So William spikes his guns, blows up his magazine, and wades to mainland and makes their way to Mobile itself. Fort Gaines holds out for longer. But the trouble is, Granger's forces are far larger and far more numerous, and they have the heavy guns backing them. And there's the other problem with Fort Gaines. There's a great report from an engineering officer, and it is in... where is it? The official records of the armies. I think it's... oh, where is it? There's an actual record of it, but there's a full engineering report done by an engineer about the battle and about the fort, and basically describes it as utterly weak and inefficient against land and naval attack. It wasn't designed to be able to withstand a decent siege, and it wasn't really built properly. It was just terrible. And so, Colonel Anderson in Fort Gaines surrenders. By the way, General Page sends out orders, sends out orders telling him not to surrender or open negotiations surrender. You have to hold for as long as possible, and then sends out orders removing him from command. And the fort still surrenders on August the 8th, because what can Page do? What can the guy general commanding from Mobile do about this fort in the middle of the bay? Nothing. At this point, they now head off to Fort Morgan, which is the really proper fort. And if you want to look up a really cool and well-built fort, have a look at Fort Morgan. I think it's still it's survived. It is still around today. It hasn't been razed. No, it has been razed, but it's got the Endicott batteries there, which also give you a bit of an example of it. I think it has gone. I'm not sure. There's a weird discussion about it, so I'm never quite sure with Fort Morgan. I think parts of it have gone and parts of it are still there, if that makes sense. And that never really surprises me. But as far as I can see, there's a fairly decent proportion of it still there and worthwhile going looking at. But the old citadel is definitely gone. Anyway. The thing is, the army can take full advantage of the naval forces. They can maneuver with them, you know, with with their assault lines are starting to build towards the fort, the positions they're you know, with the fact that Winnebago, Chickasaw, and Manhattan are all bombarding the fort. And here's how you add insult to injury. Do you know what Farragut's been doing? The guy who built Mare Island, the guy who has all sorts of experience getting ships working, guess what he does? He takes his engineers aboard the CSS Tennessee, looks around and goes, can we fix her? Why? She's recommissioned as the USS Tennessee and is used as part of the bombardment force. Because why not? It was a very interesting conversation, apparently, with Washington when he reported that all 4 of his ironclads were engaging the enemy. And they went, you have 3 because you lost the Tecumseh. No, I have 4. I have the Tennessee. And they're going, what the frigate have you done, man? Well, she works. It's all good. When it works, it's all good. Now, as the bombardment goes on and gets stronger and stronger, Page, who's inside the fort, goes, we could be about to blow up our magazines. So he floods his own magazines. The woodwork of the Citadel catches fire, and it would have threatened them, yes, but the fact is, if you flood your magazine, you can now do nothing. So he spikes his guns, and at 0600 hours on 23rd of August, he raises the white flag. It seems that trolling, that is a thing that is not lost on the US Navy in those days. No. Yeah, Farragut has fun. By the way, Farragut was twice tied to the thing. I forgot the second time when the Tennessee tried to make her attack. He also went up and got tied up there as then. Ay, caramba. There is a full debate as to what he actually said with his comment, statement. Down the torpedoes, full speed ahead. There are all sorts of variations on that, on whether he said down the torpedoes, 4 bells to Captain Drayton, which basically means the same thing, and then shouted to Metacomet, which was at that time lashed to his side. Full speed, go ahead, Dewey, full speed. But there's also the possibility that he did use full speed, because one of the things you realise when you start looking at his phraseology in command, Again, we go back to those commands he served under, and with Porter, with all of them really, and I do mean all of them, but especially with what's his name, brain engaged, talking about it. This is the trouble of having to being interrupted by the all the stuff I've been doing earlier, but especially with Perry and what's he? He's under the command of not Perry. When he's aboard the Invincible, the US Invincible, it's no Invincible, is it? No. Oh, I'm going through my notes, and this is really annoying. My brain has literally died on the animals, on the all the animals he's under, because I know Perry's one of them, but I know the other one. Oh, just open up my second set of notes. Oh, Bainbridge. Yeah, that was it. Bainbridge. Why do I forget Bainbridge? Sorry about that, everyone. I just had a complete and utter brain blank on Bainbridge for some reason. Especially Bainbridge. They've all had a policy of teaching him clean, simple commands. You give straightforward commands. Flowery speeches are great for certain times, but you want clear commands for crews to follow. Especially crews which are mobilized. Remember, again, he has experienced the War of 1812. He's experienced the repeated mobilization of the US Navy and its ability to get civilians and people who hadn't been naval service into the Navy and to work as part of the naval force. I think, whilst the crew might understand and you can argue, will they hear or will they not? Actually, damn the torpedoes and full speed ahead does fit. Because he wants to go forward and he does charge through. And it would also fit with his second statement, because if I say full speed ahead and then I go to give a command to someone else and I say full speed ahead, again, that would be normal because I've said that already. And you notice that my speaking habit, you notice pretty much everyone's speaking habit. This is why we find ourselves getting into those speaking habits where we suddenly are saying a word a lot. Because once you've said a word, we've established it as a word within this context, or a phrase within this context, and therefore we tend to reuse it. That's something humans do. So I think he could have. My argument would be, I wouldn't be surprised if he did actually say it. I can see the arguments for people to do it, but no. But it's keeping it simple, and it's also keeping the phraseology. Again, this evening, I have a couple of times, especially with the boiler and the other things going on, I have got into things where I've apologised for saying words, basically, quite a lot. So much so, some of you have made a drinking game of it. I can understand why. But it's the same, I think, when you're in action, when you're under fire, you're wanting to keep the phrases simple, etc. You're going to repeat it. The classic line, classic Dr. Clarke line of "to an extent." Yeah. Farragut did know where the minefield was. He'd ordered specifically, in a nice way, his instructions to avoid the minefield and to the east, and then his decision to go through the minefield because he felt that it was likely channel locked, and looking at what he could see in the water, he felt that the torpedoes had all sunk because they had been so waterlogged for so long. He does know where the minefield is. Again, look at his experience. He had done a lot of training navigation in mapping. He'd done a lot of work with that. He'd also done a lot of work with ordnance. He has enough knowledge. He also, look at the team he has around him. He has those instructions and capabilities. Now, one of the interesting things that Farragut did do was they actually brought army signalers aboard so they could communicate better with the army, and they could better work things through. Although they did actually, while they weren't being used, because they were using the army used the wigwag system, whereas of course the navy used their full flag signal system, because they can. This is one of the things that's important, is you can send more detail using the naval system, but it takes more space, and so it's a lot more complicated to use. But it's what navies can do because of the rigging and the system they have. Whereas if you're the army, you don't have that space, you don't have that capability, so you have to use wigwag system. This is one of the things that's often mistaken, is it's a simpler system, so it's better. It's not. It's better for the army because they need it to be the simplest system. For the navy, who have access to masts, they can use the big flag system. It makes sense for them to use it because then they also need to send the detail and communicate more information. One of the things is that the whole discussion with Brooklyn takes place though by a wigwag system because it's quicker. And so, also because it wouldn't necessarily be picked up by the other ships. It seems Captain Avery Brooklyn wanted it. So he sent his message by wigwag. And the signal corpsmen who were aboard the Hartford had been assisting the surgeon, and at that point they are called up to interpret the signal and then to respond. They don't respond with "kill your captain." Once you've achieved the Battle of Mobile Bay, well, the United States Navy lost 150 men killed, 170 wounded. The Confederates lost 12 dead and 19 wounded, but they had a lot less ships crews involved in the battle. The Union Army lost only a few, and the Confederates not many more. In fact, honestly, in total, the forces, most of the personnel lost seem to be captured, and frankly, they capture 1,587 personnel from the Confederates. It's a good battle, though. When it was captured, well, it was useful. You see, Sherman's in his Atlanta campaign, and whilst Mobile itself remains unconquered, things changed. Because with Atlanta falling, soon after Battle of Mobile Bay, and Mobile Bay having fallen, now Mobile itself was, how do I put this, ripe for the plucking. They didn't have enough troops to take Mobile itself. They just didn't. And the bar on the Dog River prevented Farragut's fleet from actually being able to go up to Mobile. It's only in April 1865 that after Farragut's been withdrawn to go and do other things and Thatcher's in charge, that the fleet and the army are able to combine to go and attack them. And basically they send a whole load of green troops down there. So, what's going on? What's going on? I've lost my notes on USS Hartford. That's helpful. Oh, good lord. There we go, got it. Because I've arranged my notes in sections are about the ships, basically. On December the 21st, 1864, Farragut is promoted to Vice Admiral, which makes him the senior naval officer in the US Navy. And that's a pretty good job to have. That's a pretty nice thing to have. And also means he's now being used for other things as well. He's useful. He's useful. By the way, 12 of Hartford's sailors get medals of honor for their actions at Mobile Bay. They are William Brown, Bartholomew Diggins, Richard D. Dumpy, Thomas Fitzpatrick, Martin Freeman, James Garrison, John Lawson, John McFarland, Charles Melville, Thomas O'Connell, William Pelham, and William A. Stanley. And pretty much Farragut, how do I put this? When it comes to recommendations for honours, Farragut is kind of liberal. He's a hard taskmaster, but if he thinks you deserve an honour, you will get the honour, or someone will be dealing with Farragut bringing his fleet to Congress. He has that sort of style. After this battle, Hartford has to decommission for repairs and basically be repaired. And Farragut himself, well, he's got other things to go and do. As the senior naval officer of the US Navy, he's now got to go and coordinate things. And he does. The war might end, but Farragut's main service at this point is coordinating matters, making sure things are going, and being a very visible part of the US Navy. Now, what's even more fun is that whilst he's running around sorting out New York, sorting out various operations, he's actually promoted to a full admiral in 1866. The first ever US Navy officer to hold the rank of full admiral of the United States Navy. And pretty much as a reward for that, they give him the European Squadron. So his last flagship is the USS Franklin, and that's him over there. Wow, this video has got to be 4 hours long. It wasn't supposed to be. He literally, yes, becomes the poster child for US Navy listing. He's also not exactly in the best health himself, but he's been working hard. You have to remember, he is, at this point, 66 years old. Now, the Franklin, she'd been launched in 1864, but is not commissioned till 1867. So she's literally commissioned as the war ends, after the war's over. And her first commissioning is as the flagship for Farragut. And she goes off to the European Squadron to do the job, the European Squadron to do the cruise. It's an interesting one. As you can see, there's the whole thing made of it. And it's kind of an important thing for the US Navy at this point and for America at this point. Because sending their most senior admiral, their first and only at the time 4-star admiral, to take command of the European Squadron, to go and sail around, you know, the world basically, and go, hello, here we are, was about America telling the world, we're back. Yes, we had our own civil war, but we are not weak. We are here again. And in the case of Franklin, well, she's armed with an 11-inch gun, 34 9-inch guns, and 400-pounder guns. I think the 34 9-inch guns are the ones down the side. I wouldn't be surprised if 11-inch is mounted forward from memory. And the 100-pounder guns are mounted aft, I would say. But that's from memory. Last time I looked up at it. What? Is the 11-inch gun mounted on the stern? I don't think the 11-inch gun is mounted on the stern. I think it's mounted forward. But yeah, she's a good screw frigate, and she's 5,000 odd tons. She's got a top speed of, we'd like to know, basically. I don't think she was. I think honestly, if Farragut had his way, he would have had the Hartford recommissioned and taken her with him, but. No, newest ship in the US Navy, most senior officer, we're going out to go around the world and show them how strong we are. Off we go. Off we go. And that's what he does. He returns home in 1868. And he's told he will remain on active duty for life. There have only been roughly 7 other USN officers since the Civil War who have had that or instruction. So he's basically the same as an Admiral of the Fleet in the Royal Navy, where they will never retire. And he actually dies from a heart attack, age 69, in summer 1870, whilst on holiday. He's vacationing. He is vacationing. And you can find him, by the way, if you go to the Bronx in New York City, apparently he's in Woodlawn Cemetery there. If you don't take this the wrong way, but speaking as someone who is mostly used to the television portrayal of the Bronx and that sort of thing, as having not spent much time in New York in my life and not actually spent any time in the Bronx, I think, it was quite strange for me to find out that that's where Farragut's buried. I didn't associate that with David Farragut, but when I found out he was buried there a couple of years ago, I went, next time I go back there, I've got to go visit that. And I wouldn't be surprised if Gareth the Brit has been to see it. I'll have to ask him. He'll probably have good pictures if he has, because he likes to go. He's a very good. He and I both have a similar thing. Whenever we go around the world, we tend to go and try and track down the Commonwealth war graves and check in on them. It's interesting. Now, one of the more important things, and I'm going to move on to this, because I've been avoiding having many pictures of him in his career, life and career up until this point, because I want to talk about his leadership style without basically showing you him. His leadership is always to be where he needs to be. Sometimes he can be at the front. Sometimes he has to organise. He both has the attention to detail, but also has the leadership personality. He has I would say, the aggression and elan, to an extent, of David Porter. But he has far more substance. Far, far more substance than David Porter Sr. has. In 1870, he died on... In 1870, he died on... whilst he was on vacation. 69 years old. Buried in the Bronx. New York City. From the pictures I have seen, it does look like quite a nice... gravesite. It's kind of interesting. For the man who I would argue is the closest America has to Admiral Nelson in terms of his status it's rather a small memorial for him, but there are others. He has an interesting and long career. He'd been Assistant Inspector of Ordnance. He'd been Naval Gun Battery Endurance Tester. He'd done duty in the Washington, D.C. He had served around a huge amount of the U.S. Navy. One of the fun things is that during the Civil War, he actually declined command of the North Atlantic blockading squadron because of family issues after the battle. But he is a pallbearer for Abraham Lincoln, and the family issues are that he's got sick family members, and he puts them first. He goes look after them. I would say, honestly, Stalin, that I am not sure about that, but I would also say that any students who have ever been in a class of mine taught about the U.S. Civil War will know just as much about Farragut and Porter as they will about Nelson and Collingwood, because I like to give them examples, because those people, there are lots of sources available about them, so I can easily set them assignments. One of the things which people often forget when you're dealing with students and setting, I get in this trouble with a lot of my colleagues who want to sometimes go, well, let's increase the people covering the curriculum, and I go, I'd like to, yes. Where are the sources for the students? Well, they can go off and do this and that primary research, and that's great. Then you have to raise the credit allowance of the assignment, or you have to reduce the number of assignments. Or we can't do that. Well, then you have to make the sources easy to find. And that's the thing. You know, why is the U.S. Civil War a good thing to teach? Why is British naval history a good thing to teach and easy to teach in British universities and the schools and these things? Because there are lots of sources written in English. Lots and lots of sources. Lots of material written in English. Lots of it available that the students can understand and use. I come into this every time. I would say on this channel, I try and give you all I try and give a pretty broad cover on things. I do the Portuguese battles. I do all sorts of things. But the thing is, I often emphasize when you're not going to find many books on this topic. And the thing is, whilst I do ask questions at the end of my videos, and especially recorded ones, I'm not setting assignments based on them. So whilst you can go and find research on it, it doesn't matter if all you can find is one book if you want to go and study more, because it's your own personal interest. But for a student, if they came to me with an assignment and they'd only looked at one book and one newspaper article, that might well be all that's available, but I can't give them the same level of marks for source analysis and evidentiary research as I can for someone who's gone and found 100 books. And it's just not fair. I can't, because whilst they can't do it, they can physically have done all they can do, they haven't done the same level of work as someone who's had to go and get 100 books and sort through them all. They might have read those books very, very well, but I expect there's 100 sources. So, you have to balance these things. It's interesting. It's interesting. It is interesting. So, Restream is having fun again. Just saying that before I press any buttons. Oh. So hopefully that's still working. And yeah, Farragut is, as said, I would say he's the equivalent of Nelson for the US Navy, and I really do believe that. That's fine, Knight. You're allowed to believe what you want to believe. That's the thing. As said, we don't have, no one's following him around when he says the quote. So no one's quite sure, and there's different passages, accounts of different things that said after the battle, but the thing is, that's the newspaper reports afterwards as well. So there's lots of different people who hear and put things together, and yeah, that's history. With his legacy, his leadership, Farragut has a very personal leadership style. He has a very appropriate for his period leadership style. But he also is meticulous. There is the thing of, he's very good at praising. He's very good at rewarding. He's very good at supporting, making sure those that support beneath him have the things they need to do the job they can do. He's very good at logistics and infrastructure. He's detail orientated. I'd also argue his weaknesses come when he's dealing with with personnel not doing what he ordered them to do. Because if you start with his handling of the sailor who was apparently British, well, he does something which is pretty darn clever, yes, but ultimately it gets rid of the problem for him in a very neat way. When he's dealing with the Brooklyn, instead of ordering them to continue or doing the acting things, he's prepared to take on and lead himself. Now, the thing is, he's taking a calculated risk. Yes, he's gambling on his knowledge. He could have quite easily killed himself and all the crew aboard. And that could have sapped morale of the fleet and cost them the battle. Probably wouldn't have, knowing the Union forces, but it could have done. But still, it works out. And that's part of the thing, realistically. Farragut is also lucky. And that's something which is worthwhile thinking about. Sometimes it's just as important to be good as it is to be lucky. And ultimately, he was. So, I'm going to say any questions, and I'll do questions for about 15 or so minutes, and then after I've done questions, I'm going to drop off this, go have a little bio break, and then I'll pop into Discord for a bit if people want to chat and ask questions there. I'll do about an hour in Discord, because I have a feeling I'm going to be dealing with both plumbers and gas engineers tomorrow morning. Isn't that fun? Tomorrow's video is supposed to be guard ships. That's supposed to go live tomorrow evening. If it is not uploaded on time, I do apologise. But as you've all seen, I've had boiler fun all day. Oh, well, rather boiler fun today. Yeah, it's going to be fun. 60 years of naval service, yeah. 69 years of life. Let's see. Most monitors of the era were exclusively rowboats with intercoastal abilities. Not necessarily. Yeah, they're intercoastal. Enjoy, Frank Barnwell. BB-62 is cool. BB-62 is very cool. And hello to Twitch as well as YouTube. I hope you're all enjoying it. I know this is not a normal kind of stream for Twitch, but, you know, I thought it'd be fun. And besides, there are all sorts of people who seem to get away with doing PowerPoints on Twitch as well as, you know, naval historians, so I thought I'd do it. I think it's working out quite well on Twitch. It's a bit. I can't think of anyone else who does live streams of naval history on Twitch. Do you think? Take care of that on. Do you think any of the main USN officers of World War II knew officers who had served with Farragut? There's not that far a time between them. They might not have... Let me put it this way. Junior officers, no. But if you consider Farragut dies in 1870, and to World War II is 70 years, and most of the officers you're talking about who are senior officers are starting their careers back in the 1910s. They're mostly in 1910s, so that's roughly 40. They probably did meet some senior officers, or did know some officers, maybe retired or wandering around, who knew Farragut. It's not that long of a distance. In today's standards, would he be admiral a lot younger? Probably, but there's a large enough fleet to justify getting a... Either way, he wouldn't have been serving till that age. Nicest way, you don't get to serve that long these days. 1904... I'd have to ask P.J. Armstrong for that one. About who was serving the US Navy Academy in 1904-ish. As an attraction, I don't think Mahan was still there. He might have still been there. He didn't die till 1947. He's off in the American History Association, Hague. But Mahan had served in the American Civil War, so yeah. But yeah, it's not. There are officers around, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that they did meet a few of them, and I would imagine quite a lot of them met Mahan, who took part in the Battle of Port Royal, and a few other. I don't know. I think he met Farragut. I think he met Farragut. Yeah. Although, let's be honest, Mahan was definitely not a good ship commander. He was a far better theorist than he was actual practitioner. He's a far, far better theorist than he is practitioner. Oh, World War One would have had lots of officers who had known about him, yes, and known. Again, you're talking. It's 40 years still, so there are officers around there, very senior officers, and mostly along the professionalization, a lot of those officers are not still around. So mostly you're dealing with officers who've taught them. So mostly you're gonna have, various officers around, but not too many. No, they're not so poorly designed, but ironclads are war-built. Basically, they're war emergency ships in many regards. They are put together by a Swedish designer who's designed them for the Baltic, and then they're used in the North Atlantic sometimes. They are ships which are very strong at resisting artillery fire, etc., not necessarily great for mine design. They are designed to be not difficult to hit with artillery, but not designed to be protected against artillery. A mine is something that they are not good at for. And obviously that would take a lot more work and a lot more subdivision. Ironclad monitors of the like we are talking about in this period are something which is great in a certain case study. And they're fine for this battle. Yes, you lost them, but frankly, you're going to lose some anyway. You'll look at the battle you're doing. You're not going to get away with nothing. The reality is, though, quickly you learn there are better options in the world. And let's be honest, monitors and the whole starting the gun turret thing is what leads eventually to the Dreadnought battleship. The whole turret destruction, etc. That starts off on the monitors. James H. Stabs was a colonel at Ambulance in 1904 to 97, and he graduated class of 1863. Thank you, Dunnett. Robert Dunnett. No, yeah, he served on USS Hartford in 1864. Well, then, quite a lot of them will have known him. So yes, quite a lot of senior officers. Because I think what was Nimitz's class? Yeah, Nimitz would have known him, and a fair number of other admirals would have done. Probably Lee, etc. So yes. Yeah, Stafford, we'd all be interested in that. At the moment, let me sort out the stuff that's happening this year, and whether or not we can get the funding for it. Because one of the things we've realised for Japan, and this is the point where we put it together, one of the reasons why Helen announced it, A, we're making sure we're completing all the stuff for the other trips that we were supposed to do first, and B, there's the fact Japan is going to cost a lot of money. And the idea is if we can get some sponsorship from airlines, etc., and those sort of things, if they're happy to, and if we're happy to do arrangements, because we're not going to do blanket things, but if we can do something where there's a bit of what's the phrase used, synergy, then we can make Japan possible. Because Japan, we've got lots of invitations once we get there, but the cost of getting there is astronomical. The cost of the hotels, we found a fairly decent hotels to stay in, and we found fun, so that's okay. But there is a picture of a Confederate veteran standing under an F-4 Phantom out there that just blows my mind. No, it doesn't surprise me. It's weird to think Farragut... Well, it's not surprising to me, because, again, things change. One of the things I do worry about with the emphasis on STEM, science, technology, education, engineering and maths, and I agree with STEM, and I teach history of engineering to engineers, I've done all that, is that I think you can lose out the value of the arts in terms of history and philosophy. And let me put it this way, whilst I agree you don't need a lot of people to probably studying philosophy full time, it is good to have an understanding of philosophy. It's good to have an understanding of religion. It's good to have an understanding of history to help put the world in context. And I think one of the troubles is that context is full of greys, whereas STEM, it's usually full of black and whites. It's the figures, it's the science, it's the facts. And arts are the context, and you need both in a balanced world. You need both in a personality. Someone, it's again why I do this channel, because I know a lot of people, they might be all sorts of things in their daily life, but they'll enjoy history and they'll enjoy the context. The reason why we do not argue history as a science, we leave it as an art, is because, as I said before, sometimes the historian has to make a leap because as I've described before, there I can find facts and papers all around something, but I can't find the loaded gun which proves the point. So I then have to construct the argument, and I have to persuade you, well, look at this factor, this factor, this factor, so I believe this happened. And that's why history is considered an art, not a science, because whereas with the social sciences, they try and empiricize the human nature, history tries to analyze human nature and analyze the events. And sometimes that involves making a judgment call. And that's an artistic interpretation rather than a scientific one, because it's a case of all the facts around it add up. I believe all the facts around it add up to this, but I can't find the thing, nugget in the middle, which proves it. The Confederate States Navy biggest problem was the lack of industry. Rope walks were one of the basic things they had to crash build, and then they converted a cotton in place of hemp. Canada was another basic shortage. There's so many shortages they have. It's absurd at some points. Anyway, I'm going to say thank you everyone for watching. This has actually got what's coming next week. Next week is Recovering from the Junicole, a case study in making sense of the Hoche and other French battle hotels. That's going to be Tuesday's fun video. Anyway, hopefully Friday's video, or rather today's video, is going to be on YouTube. Will be guard ships, which will be a premiere. So it'll be a recorded video, but it'll have a live chat along. And there'll also be a classic games, probably, or Timberborn tonight on Twitch. Wasn't it voted Battle Chateau? I think, if I remember correctly, the vote was on YouTube. The far more votes were cast on YouTube than Twitch, and they added up to Battle Hotel winning by about 1 vote overall. So it left us Battle Hotel. Remember? Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And as said, after a quick bio break, I will be on Discord, and I'll happily chat some more. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care and have fun. And thank you again for all your support and making this all possible. Please do considering liking, sharing, and subscribing. Thank you. I remembered it. You don't need to tell me off. I remembered it. Thank you.